big red button. Hello everyone, and welcome to the library, where you can discover your next adventure. I'm your host, the author. And tonight, we join the USS Gungnir, the Spirit, the Shackleton, and we play Star Trek Adventures, a tabletop RPG by friends at Modifius. Every week we continue our wild and wonderful adventures on the frontier of the Federation. And yeah, last week we revealed some deep personal history stuff. And now we get to find out what this mysterious song is all about. Maybe we'll figure out what the song is. Depends on how you guys approach it. How's everyone else doing?
Peachy.
Okay.
My knees turned against me.
Your real life?
My real life knee, yes.
What did you do?
I don't know.
So yet again, your life is beset by betrayal.
Yes.
Betrayal and pain. Aw.
Uh-huh. It's not even glowing, which is annoying.
Oh no. And on that,
Popping, but no glow.
And on that note, let's at course for adventure for season 3, episode. Which one are we on? 39? Episode 39. To ponder the stars themselves. A little copy, a little paste. There we go. Okay. And so, it's been about 1 week since last week's episode. With the Gungnir violently tearing across the sector to catch some interstellar missiles before they impacted their targets. All missiles were successfully subdued, and thus foiling any and all plans Bezriel had to invoke a war on Jhatee Prime. However, during the course of events, and the SS Voidwind, Veera's personal craft, with a small away team, found a curious site that is very old and very technologically advanced that Bezriel has also had an interest in. And as such, given in her continued interest in ancient scientist sites, the Gungnir and her crew have been ordered to investigate these sites right, and determine what specifically she is after, and what interest she holds in these technologies. And the Gungnir was traveling back from Narendra Station, stopping off for a day to get that breach patched, and making our way back towards Sector B5 subsector S11, and where the Voidwind and is standing watch over this latest of enumerated mysterious ancient scientist sites. What do you guys do during that week?
What's special about this site?
This is just the latest of many ancient alien sites that have cropped up over the Shackleton. You found one on the colony planet. You found that remnant that was as the destroyed surface of a planet that was floating through space. And recently, the USS Argo, under command of Admiral Haggard, found a connection to M-class as Bronze Age world with these ancient aliens as well.
Are we planet side?
You're en route. This kind of like covering the whole week of traversal, so you can.
Sorrel will be reviewing all of his notes on the ancient alien sites. He'll be immersed in his lab with the do not disturb sign on the outside.
Anything specifically you're looking for, or just kind of consolidating notes?
I'm consolidating notes, and I am focused very much on Mission Directive 2.
Which, specifically Mission Directive 2, is secure the ancient alien sites and materials within the Shackleton from unlawful occupation or possession by any means necessary. That doomed phrase is that everyone uses. Okay, you can certainly do that. Consolidate your notes, get a better idea of the connection through all these sites. Give me a Reason Science, difficulty 3, assisted by Computer Science of the Gungnir.
My favorite role.
Oh, and there's a bunch of traits that no longer apply.
Would the logical trait apply?
I'll allow it. Div 2.
Okay. All right, go ahead and give me, or I'm going to give you 3 threat, get to 4.
Okay.
Computers as a focus.
Yes.
There we go.
Get some early momentum on the table.
Computer science, Gungnir.
Oh, okay. Grab that.
All right.
All right, 3 momentum generated. So, you have created the advantage of concise. Come on. Shift concise notes.
We know that these ancient aliens, first, they were quite physically large, kind of like the whatever you call them from Prometheus, the ancient astronauts.
They're an average of like 2 meters tall, while most races are like 1.5 meters.
Gotcha. And we know they were doing specific kinds of, I want to say genetic and sort of energy source research?
The sites you found, they on the Bronze Age planet, there was definitely signs of genetic research and then continual monitoring of their culture. On the planetoid, they appear to be working on some sort of 0-point energy device to tap the fabric of the universe for energy itself. And there was also the lone scientist you found in a cave that appeared to be doing some standard biological research planetside when he fell to his doom.
Super advanced scientific research in most of the significant scientific fields seems to be the overarching conclusion.
Yeah, that's a fair conclusion, that they were kind of poking at everything.
Gotcha.
Any questions you want to ask?
Do I see any kind of patterns in these disparate research efforts, like some kind of a connection where perhaps, though they're operating in different sort of areas of science, there's one big goal that underlies all of these efforts?
Like if there were, or like looking at different fields, and it was to like try to save their race, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
that kind of big idea.
Like I was thinking like a ascension of some kind, right? They're trying to they're trying to harness an energy source to power their genetic modification thing that is going to allow them to ascend and overcome some kind of genetic disease that they've inherited and it's destroying the race. Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Okay, I will take that for a momentum. There does not appear to be a pattern per se, although that hypothesis could be one you can chase down later. There's not enough information to follow that, but as of now, it looks like that they were just kind of expanding their knowledge on everything.
No holds barred.
Yeah,
These
just
are
no
my kind
holds.
of scientists.
Yeah, no holds bar, or just any question, and they could possibly ask. They were throwing immense resources at it.
Allocating workers to everything.
Yep.
There you go.
You know, they kept doing, science kept doing it, and no one asked if they should do this.
Is there a dino planet?
Oh, there was. I could bring it back.
Okay, I would like to create, from my notes, kind of a timeline of the eras of the ancient aliens that we've encountered, and collate that with their scientific endeavors that we associated with those. Unless they're all from the exact sort of same historical period that we're looking at.
You
like
can't.
Ancient aliens 5,000 years ago were looking at the 0-point energy, and 2,000 years ago they were looking at the genetic stuff, that kind of a thing.
You can definitely get a rough timeline. So the ancient scientist that you found in a cave appears to be the oldest by several thousand years, and then the approximate timeline of the genetic incursion on that Bronze Age planet appears to be next, and then the newest was the planetoid. But we're talking a time span of approximately 2,000 to 3,000 years, with an error bar of 1,000 years.
Sorry, what was the span?
We're talking a span of about 2,000 to 3,000 years, but an error bar of about 1,000 years.
Okay,
either
so
side.
I have a very rough estimate. So
Yeah,
over
but
2,000 to 3,000, plus or minus 1,000.
yeah, but they all date back to approximately 500,000 years ago.
Right. So still a relatively narrow band of time from a sort of universe looking.
Yeah, universe-wide, that's a very narrow time, but that's a long time for a civilization. Like, even the Klingon Empire, they're pushing into a year of Kalis, like 900 something. But even then, they weren't quite like a full, like, interstellar empire that whole time. They weren't a force on the galaxy for 900 years.
Okay, thanks. Hey, I've got to pop off for a second.
Okay.
Do we have a list of the planets that Bezriel has visited that we know of?
It is the same planets as that Sorel is looking into.
So quite a few then.
Yeah. She was directly seen in over the the Bronze Age planet. Her forces were seen in above this newest planet that at the Void Wind is found, and she has not been directly seen in interfering with the planetoid or the ancient alien in the cave.
And we learned from the pirate Baron that she was interested in a planet that he controlled that had drone presence, which could be this planetoid.
No. Oh, the planet that the Baron was talking about would be yet another planet.
Somewhere else
that is
in the
not
universe that has drones on it.
Yep. It's just another place in the universe that has drones on it that has not been calculated yet. You haven't been there. You haven't put a drone there yet. But it is on the other side of the Shackleton. It's like you're in Sector B5. That the planet the Baron was talking about was like in C2, C1. So way far north.
So we have to neutralize this location and then zoom across the quadrant in order to get to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
How do we neutralize a archaeological site?
Sorel wouldn't like it. Archaeologists wouldn't like it. But Oppenheimer would.
And nuke it from orbit? Is that what you're saying?
If we can't secure the data, the next best thing is to destroy the data.
There's other ways, but that would be within line of Directive 2.
They sent the Gungnir to be searchable. I don't know what you want from this.
We blow it up.
Yep.
Is there anything specific about the pattern of technologies he seems to be interested in? You said biological was one. Anything else jump out of the data?
So far, besides that we've seen, not really. We've seen a massive power source, genetic uplifting, and then whatever the computations in this site are.
You can do reason or insight command check. Try to like see her big game.
Okay.
I'm gonna say diff 4 because you're kind of have scattered information, but you could use computers or security to help.
All right, reason command.
Again, just kind of like collating all the data you have and looking for patterns.
Go ahead and take 3 threat.
Certainly.
Focusing computers.
Yep.
Rerolling bolt command.
Nice. Now we're just rolling for momentum.
There we go.
You look over the timeline of when and information and about these sites. It's kind of like hit the extranet, and when Bezriel shows up, and it appears there's that it's anything and everything to do with if these ancient aliens, and she jumps onto at the soonest possibility. So, it's not anything in particular. It's just anything about these ancient scientists, and he's super interested in something about them.
Okay.
So not so much a sniper shot, more of a shotgun blast.
Very much so, yes.
Is there a pattern to her search order where she's going, like, point A, B, C, D? Can we try and predict when the next point will be? Is she moving east to west, north to south, something like that?
Not 1 momentum, but for 2 momentum, and you can create the advantage of seeing that pattern.
I'll spin it.
Okay. He definitely has a pattern, Aaron, of going west to east. So basically from the Federation side of the Shackleton in east, and then and from south to north. So there's this sounds like a good time to get the map. Let's get the big map up. And my map layer messed up. To back. There we go. Whoa, this is old. Okay.
This is one of the older maps.
This has been updated a little bit.
Oh, this is near the render space map.
Yeah, this is the whole of Shackleton.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put some markers on. Okay, Star Trek.
So we had a different map that had systems and stuff on it.
We had, well, where all the ships are, we would focus on that map. We're now focused on all.
Yeah, because as most of your adventures have been taking place in just this one sector.
Okay.
But then, and occasionally you have like bopped up like all the way up here, or around here some, yeah. But 80% of what we've been doing has just been in this one cube.
Right, my thought is essentially to look at the pattern of her movements and try and anticipate where she will go next. Some type of probability field of where she will be. This planet ahead of her has got some stuff on it. This one, likelihood of her being here is 80%. That kind of thing.
Yeah. Let's see. Hazard marker sounds good. Okay. This is the... Moon base is here, and then kind of closer to here is the shattered planet. Kind of up here, cave. And here in this sector is Bronze Age planet. Then all the way. Let's see. It was up one. So. But you don't have a specific location for, or the one up here.
It's the whole sector block.
Yeah, because as you didn't get a specific location for it. You just heard rumors that it exists.
I mean, we have the Baron's data, so theoretically it's in there.
You are right. It would be.
Yeah.
Okay. That is completely useless.
And if Sorrel was trying to consolidate all that information, he would have a copy of the data from Fox.
Okay, for one momentum, you can have an exact location of where that planet is. Because, yeah, that would make sense.
Yep, take it.
Sure.
Alright. Right over here. Okay. So, as far as her search pattern, she's been... So here's Narendra Station. She's preferring this way, and she'll go this way. Kind of do, and do. And then she kind of does a big circle. She doesn't get it too close as to these 4 sectors. There's probably because that's under heavy tripolity control. Or if she is in there, the tripolity's not telling.
More likely the latter if there are any alien sites in there.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, some sort of big circuit this way seems to be what we're seeing. And her last known position was at this planet, which was approximately 2 to 3 weeks ago.
And it's hard to tell where she's been because at that planet we learned that she has a cloaking device.
Alright, so does that answer your question, Rost?
Sort of.
Okay.
So the planet that they're in.
Yeah, there's a rough pattern of her doing a counterclockwise circuit. It's starting from Narendra, going east, and then she goes north from there.
So that site up in Delta 2, I guess, there.
Yeah.
As far as we know, she has not hit that yet.
Last you heard, or she was as in negotiations with the Baron to gain access to it. It's technically in Baron space, and she was negotiating, a means of getting there. But the Baron himself doesn't seem to have an interest in it because as it has a lot of drones that are hostile.
So these are ancient Sentry type drones then, right?
Yeah, ancient Sentry E drones. So the Baron kind of had this system in space and he couldn't exploit it because there was ancient Sentry drones. And Bezriel comes along and says, Well, I would really like access to that planet, and now it suddenly becomes a lot more valuable because someone wants it. And they were in the middle of haggling before the Voidwind and crew, the Leathercoats, came in and smashed the party.
We are Team Dark, thank you. Leathercoats is for the bond mates.
Yep. So, given that information, she was last seen here. Her next move would either be towards Narendra Station or down towards your current sector. Sector Beta 5.
So we're already kind of where.
Are we not investigating the one that we are already at?
You are, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the Voidwind is set up around the Science Moon, given lack of an actual name to call it.
And where is that?
That is one of these two. Let me see.
It should be the bottom one because the top one's the alien in the cave.
Yep, it's the bottom one.
Go to an inn named after an alien in a cave.
And the alien in cave is where Sun's Path and New Dawn colonies are. It was that same planet.
But her pattern would indicate that she might be heading toward Shattered Planet.
That would be consistent with the pattern.
Well, here's my thinking, is that we hide near Shattered Planet. Wait for her to see if she comes in. Perhaps try to sweeten the bait somewhat by putting out like a quarantine notification. Technological hazard, advanced alien artifacts, stay away, kind of thing. Or broadcast that out to all civilian ships to make sure she gets it. And see if she heads this way. What do y'all think?
That's totally a possibility. Do you want the Voidwind to rendezvous with you, or keep them in orbit of the moon?
What were you guys wanting to do with the moon base?
There's a large amount of computational data that Sorrel would be interested in. Plus, Orion's
All right.
already popped up here.
Yeah, we've only stayed here to defend it.
Yeah, Orion's and under Bezriel have already showed up at the moon, and there's like a whole city there to study, and possibly a giant computer system, and that's chewing on something.
Well, I guess we could just as easily do this plan there. And she's already shown an interest.
That sounds like a plan.
Let's set course for the moon base planet system, and let's see if we can get her there.
All right, and you wanted to set up a beacon to say that there's a quarantine here for possible technological hazard?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. What is the nature of the technological hazard you're broadcasting? Like what are you warning ships away from?
My intention is to say, hey, if there's something really nice and juicy advanced here that could mess up your navigation, mind meld with your dog, kind of vague, but just this is a hazard, crazy advanced, you don't want to be here.
So something kind of vague, but dangerous. Okay.
Right. It's a hazard to navigation,
I'm gonna say
hazard to life.
yeah. Normally, to set up a beacon, it's diff 1. Yeah, just a standard beacon is diff 1, but you are fabricating information. So
I want it to seem like the Federation has found something really nice and juicy here and is trying to keep it for itself. So
yeah.
everybody stay away.
Oh, okay. So, it's not just a navigational hazard, but also, this is a Starfleet a site of interest. No other polities approach because we call dibs.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. That.
It's, someone who wants something, that would be a big beacon for her, I would hope.
Yeah, because that would be standard procedures anyways, is to kind of set up a quarantine zone. Like, this is a site of interest. We don't want anyone messing with it or tripping over something to get hurt.
Right.
This is very, very Starfleet procedures. All right. Go ahead and give me a presence command, difficulty 3, complication 4, assisted by communication command, to set up this bait.
Can we use our directive to lower that comp?
You can, and use our determination and spend it towards the directive if to get an automatic crit or to create an advantage.
Okay.
Would you like to do that?
I would like to do that.
Okay. You are taking your determination and spending it towards which value? Or which directive?
Other cultures are interested in how much to offer.
That is a value, but I would take it, because this is a... Yeah.
Sorry, what did you ask? Did you ask for something different?
Yeah, you were talking about a directive, which is the orders
I'm sorry, yeah.
are given. But you can spend it towards value as well, so long as the value.
Okay.
And yeah, that would work because you are protecting this site that has a culture that is interesting.
Okay, that works the same. We'll go with that.
Well, how would Ross approach this?
Well, he definitely wants to protect that culture from being exploited by Bezriel, but he also is following orders to prevent Bezriel from getting hold of advanced alien technology.
Okay, I will take the value spend. So
Okay.
you have 1 dice that's an automatic hit, or did you want to spend that directly towards an advantage to lower that comp?
I would like to spend it to lower the comp.
Okay, we can do that as well. Through your value, how are you creating the advantage? Like, what's driving you to create this specific advantage? Mechanically it works, but narratively, how do you get from point A to point B?
Well, we know that she comes in here heavy-handed and tries to steal or blackmail or trick the local populace into taking what she wants. So that's what I want to prevent.
Okay, and using your value, how would you lower the complication narratively?
By pre-warning those civilizations of what she is and what she's up to.
I would warn that there is no actual life on this planet. There's just drones.
On the moon planet, there's just drones.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Purely from an architectural or archaeological standpoint, I'd want to preserve and protect the artifacts of this planet from being stolen or misused before the proper authorities can get there and investigate it themselves. So in effect, we would quarantine this planet from her until Federation archaeologists can come here and do a proper look. Would be, I guess, the way.
And this will make this task less complicated by kind of coordinating with Federation Archaeology Society.
Sure.
Okay, that works. Yeah, I was like trying to like narratively get from the value to here's how I make this task less complicated. But okay, that works. Go ahead and roll your challenge dice for veteran.
Okay. Hey, got it.
Sweet.
That rarely happens, but when it does, it's nice. Okay, and I'll go ahead and roll Presence Command.
How many dice?
We're still Div 3, right?
Yep, still Div 3, Comp 3, and you have 2 dice. Did you want to get extra?
Yes. Take 3 threat.
Okay.
And would Federation Law and Politics as a focus help?
Yes, especially since you are setting up a quarantine and coordinating with another department.
Okay. All right, rolling 4 dice.
And communication command from the Gungnir. Sweet.
Yes.
All right, so that is 3 momentum generated. As on the way to the planet, you are able to create this beacon, and you put out a bulletin on the extranet at saying that, hey, this planet is off limits. This is a site of archaeological interest. Yes, but there's also great danger, so stay away. Yes, totally stay away from this dangerous planet. Do not come here.
Right. No Orions allowed, period.
Except for the ones already there. Because Veera's cool.
Well, yeah, those are right.
All right. So the trait of Quarantine Beacon. Beacon. Fate. All right, that is set up.
So once we get there, we'll make contact with Veera and Fox and see if we can find a nice little place to hide the Gungnir system.
Totally an idea. However, the night before you are set to arrive, Captain, you have a dream.
Is it that Ryzen dream?
No.
There's gonna be a lot of greenery.
So, Captain, you previously expressed an interest in Beta Z early aerocraft.
Yeah, early Beta Z spacecraft.
Yeah. You are in the dream, and you're actually piloting one of these in some sort of combat situation. Above Beta Z. What does that look like?
I would imagine something along the lines of very primitive, fragile spacecraft, slowly dancing with whoever it is that we're fighting.
Like very primitive Newtonian in physics.
Yeah, chemical engine, retro thrusters and solar sails and 21st century stuff for Earth tech.
Right, you are in this pitched battle in the upper atmosphere era of Beta Z, and you are fighting some sort of either invasion force or someone who's threatening your way of life. And in the background of this is combat, like several range bands away from you, at extreme range, you catch a glimpse of an Orion cruiser, which definitely doesn't fit in with this area's ship. What do you do?
What does it appear to be doing?
It appears to be going around the battle and approaching Beta Z itself.
Well, being the curious soul I am, I'll set course for it to investigate.
You set course and intercept the cruiser. Do you attempt to dock with it?
This is Beta Z craft SS1923 do I know it's Orion, or do I just know it's a foreign ship?
It's kind of that weird dream sense. It's where on one hand you know it's an Orion vessel, but on the other hand, in dream logic, you shouldn't know what this ship is.
All right, so this is Ross to Orion vessel. Identify yourself and state your business.
A very familiar voice comes on. I am not here for your petty battles. I'm here for something far greater down on the planet. And a shuttle launches. Is making its way down onto the surface.
I will set an intercept course for the shuttle.
You set a intercept course, and it is very quickly, like it's already hitting atmosphere and making a burn towards the surface, and you follow it in its flame trail. And you're just kind of in this shaky fireball for several minutes. It's until you break through into the troposphere, and you are hanging over equatorial rainforest above of Beta Z, and the strange alien shuttle is making its way towards a mountain range.
Do you have any idea what they might be headed toward?
Might be able to get something. Insight, command, diff 2.
Okay, take one threat. I'll reroll one of those. Yes.
You have the feeling that she's after something old and dangerous. You chase her down, and you might even trade a few shots with her, or if you like, but nothing really happens. And both the crafts land in a clearing. She is, and Bezriel is about 3 minutes ahead of you, and she's running towards this ancient stone temple deep in the forest. It is in fact the temple that was on your holodeck program the week before.
Ah. I'll take whatever hand weapon I have and chase after her.
You chase after her through the forest, and you keep trying to line up a shot on her, but he seems to duck behind trees as you're chasing her down. You get to the steps of the a temple, and she's just getting inside. You run up the steps, and he's jumping across the broken floor pit, and you run after her, past one trap, past another trap, until finally she is at the idol of the golden monkey, and he's 50 meters away, long range aim from you, and she's getting ready to swipe this monkey off the idol. What do you do?
I will take aim at her and say, "Don't touch it, or I will shoot you."
She looks at you, grins menacingly, and pulls the idol off the pedestal. There's a bright white flash of light, searing heat, as seemingly the temple vaporizes in an antimatter explosion right point blank in your face, and you awake in your bed.
Well, I didn't like that dream.
If you did, we'd be concerned.
It almost sounds like I'm coming for whatever it is and you can't stop me kind of thing. Message.
Given that Fox learned she has telepathy, yeah.
Okay.
You're in your quarters, ship's at warp, dark room, stars streaming by.
If the shame Sorrel isn't back yet, otherwise he'd be getting a lot of panic from Rost.
Well, what is Ross
It's not
feeling right
panic,
now?
but a concern.
What do you do? You're awake in the middle of the night. Check your clock. It is like 300 hours.
I'm going to call up all the biographical data that we have on Bezriel and just kind of go through it. I'm trying to get to know her better. See if there's any interest or weakness that can be exploited.
Are you still in your pajamas and you just get up and go to your desk?
Yes.
Setting the scene?
Yeah, I'll just be in my quarters office researching what we have on her.
Okay. Reason, command. Diff 2 would pull up like her Starfleet her Starfleet records, so probably her arrest records and any records of contact with her. Diff 3 would start pulling into some of that underground stuff, some of the pirate stuff.
Okay.
How deep do you want to go?
I'll shoot for Diff 3.
All right. And computer's command can help.
Okay. Go ahead and take one threat and focus in computers.
Yep.
Rerolling that with bold. And computers command.
One. 2 momentum generated.
There we go.
You're at full momentum.
Oh, Strel's back. Okay.
You look through her records, and you're trying to puzzle out motivation and core personality and traits from arrest records. It's very abstract, but you're able to kind of pull the idea that she is very power hungry. She makes these big moves to kind of make a name for herself in the pirate community, and yeah, kind of a reckless abandon to prove herself. She's previously worked with other alien cultures to get advanced weaponry, to overthrow the syndicate. She's poisons and she's poisoned leaders and governments to destabilize the sector so she could gain control over it. Just very mad and rushing in towards power. Almost as if she's trying to prove something. And in recent years, ever since her defeat by the USS Fallen and 4 years ago, he's become more and more desperate and starting to get into genetic modification and psionic implants and other extremely risky technologies in order to gain more power for herself.
Okay. Sounds like a big insecurity there.
Very much so. You can ask questions for momentum.
Okay. I'll call up Sorrel, see if he's still up.
In fact, Sorrel, you are up. About something.
I don't know if you felt that too, but Bezriel was taunting me telepathically. Basically, I think the gist of it was I can take whatever I want. You can't do anything about it.
Yes, I gotta say, a great deal of confidence in her abilities. Be a shame if it's misplaced confidence.
Well, what I've done so far is I've set up a beacon at the moon planet there to warn everybody off that there's an advanced technological hazard there. And I'm hoping that acts as kind of a bait for someone who's looking for that kind of thing.
That makes sense.
Wondering.
So, was it an invasion of your mind, or was she just kind of surface thought talking?
It was a dream. I don't think she was attempting to harm me, more as taunt me.
Insight command and difficulty 3.
For Rust?
Yes. Sorrel, you can assist.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead and take one threat.
Here we go. You said presence command?
Insight command.
Insight command. Insight command. 111. Okay.
One momentum generated. You do not think that this is as Bezriel psionically attacking you. This came from somewhere else.
Oh, really?
Someone was giving you a warning. Or something was
Any
giving you a warning.
impression who it could be from?
For a momentum.
Sure.
Momentum. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get the sense that whatever it is, as you're kind of digging deeper and deeper into your memories, it's from something or some place unfathomable, something beyond your experience, something in that doesn't make sense to a corporeal being. Spending a threat to reroll. Captain, as you're thinking about this place, you take 6 points of stress.
What?
Thinking about this place.
Overwhelmed or something, or?
Yeah, you're just overwhelmed. Trying to reach out to wherever the place this message came from.
So psionic damage. That means Sorrel also gets hit.
Good point. 2 threat.
Well, we are wearing our sonic dampeners as well.
And Sorrel has the trait psychically resilient.
Okay. You can have 2 resistance. And you do have the psionic dampener. She set that up last week. So, Sorrel, you take Sorrel, you'll take 2 damage. Ross, you take 4 damage. As the psionic dampener tanks a lot of it for you, but you have a feeling that was overwhelming. That was a lot of existential terror that you just touched. As you reach out to where this message came from, and you became suddenly aware of how small and fragile your life is considering the vastness of an expanse of the entirety of the universe.
Yeah, this is one of those species that's gone all non-corporeal and thinks they know everything.
That's a theory.
Was it intentional harm or just, we're so powerful it hurts you mortal humans to look upon us?
I can answer that from momentum.
Okay.
It didn't look intentional. Oh, it looked like it was just as you were pulling the thread of where that dream came from. You kind of pulled yourself towards this existential crisis. And in fact, the fact that there, God damn it, that's not a sentence. The fact that there was a thread that you had to follow seems to imply that they threw this idea beyond on their space in order to communicate to you in a safe location, and you just accidentally followed back to someplace dangerous.
Okay, so the dream was them showing me the light. The damage was from sticking my finger in the light socket.
That's an apt analogy, yeah.
Okay. So, Sorrel, it wasn't Bezriel taunting me. It was a warning from an advanced civilization or species or something along those lines.
Captain, I have a current operative hypothesis. I've been reluctant to share it because it lacks significant data. Perhaps best described as speculation.
A hunch?
If you must, sir. The ancient aliens that we have been investigating, while I found no evident pattern, they were delving into multiple areas of science at a high level. It's possible they were looking for some method of ascension to a higher state of being. Again, I do not have evidence, conclusive evidence, one way or the other on this.
So is your hunch that they maybe achieved this enlightenment and became non-corporeal or moved on somehow?
It's possible. And it's possible then that they would be the source of this warning. Again, the logical connection between those seemingly unconnected events is rather tenuous.
It's a good hunch. Poke, poke.
Yes. You sense irritation through the bond.
All right, well, let's see what we can find out at this planet where Veera and Fox are. Maybe we can solidify this hunch with data, and both learn about it and protect it from Bezriel, and maybe even if we're lucky, use it to defeat her.
Indeed.
And with that, anything else you want to do in this wee midnight hour?
No, I think I'll try and go back to sleep and let Bezriel get back to whatever he was doing.
As you close the comm, the camera pulls back to the Gungnir at warp, and the scene ends. As we all end up in the system. And we do not have combat music.
Do we need combat music?
We do not need combat music. We need mystery music.
The Orion ships are currently just floating off in space in that direction.
Yeah. Fox and Veera, you have been waiting for about a week for the Gungnir to show up. You have been in communication with them and kind of been apprised of their situation. What have you been up to?
Veera's been taking more time trying to look at the stars, but also well informed.
That's one threat, yes. What is it that you see?
I would like to to be informed. Asking around with like the pattern or the song to like her to her most trusted contacts, if they have any if they happen to see or hear that at all, just around.
So you're asking your underground network if they know anything about the song, or?
Yeah, she's making sure she's only going to trusted individuals right now.
Are you actually revealing the song to anyone? Are you keeping that secret and saying, "Hey, I have this particular song that's supposed to be some sort of code. Do you know what it is?" How secretive are you being?
I think she's not shying away from sharing it, but she is making sure she is talking to only the people she actually can fully trust in her network.
Absolutely, yeah.
She knows it wouldn't spread it around.
Yeah, okay. Just wondering how much of a data leak we might have here.
It's a song person up to her, it's fine.
Yep. You ask around, and surprisingly, one of the older people in your network kind of knows something about ancient Orions using songs as maps. This was definitely a technique that was used, but it's been lost for ages. But something about the notes indicating in a course.
All right.
But the specific information and on that has just been lost to ages, is like so reaved in myth it's not even helpful.
All right. Then I will use my second question from Well Informed. I'd like to use my second question for Well Informed to contact anyone she knows at the Orion Science Center. And see if she can get information on that topic, on the topic of ancient Orion astronavigation. I figure she probably knows people there because she was like, she did steal old stuff.
You do. Let's see. You get a clue from them. This technique used to be that each note would indicate something about a star, and you would travel from one star to another, one note to another, and that would kind of make a course. But it's not quite sure or what note indicates what type of star.
But assumedly the first note would probably be where I found it.
Hopefully. Unless the starting location is somewhere else.
All right.
Good use of well informed. That was some good questions.
All right.
So
I will take that knowledge and go to Fox. Okay. I've been talking to people, because like it's a pretty small shuttle, we know kind of what's going on with everything. You mind helping me puzzle this out, maybe?
I'm not sure how much help I can be.
Well, I mean, you're like a spy type. Maybe you'll see something I miss. You okay?
He has been avoiding eye contact with you since he got back to the ship. And looking at him now, it looks like he hasn't slept since then.
Hey,
wait, you haven't slept in a week?
It looks like he hasn't slept in a week. Whether he has or not.
Oh boy. 1, 2. I'm interrupting with a threat spend.
That's fair.
Fox, I'm gonna need a fitness medicine diff 2 check.
Okay.
Restarting the game because I had that floating threat again.
Yeah. And I have stubborn as a trait.
Okay, diff 1. One of my programs is not open.
You can have it.
Alright, 1 second. Something is not.
I succeeded. Got a momentum. But I'm keeping the calm.
Okay. One of my programs is okay. And open. Because chat gave us a threat. But my thing didn't boot because the boot program wasn't on. So you succeeded, you're not tired. Gain a momentum.
But
Complication from trying to stay up a week. You're not tired, but your brain is definitely starting to get mushy. You have a disadvantage on reason and insight checks until you get some sleep.
Hey, hold on. Fox. You alright?
I'll be fine.
No, that's not an answer.
He finally makes eye contact with you, and you've never seen the sadness that is currently in his eyes.
Look. You obviously need to talk about something. There's no Hall Fraser here.
That planet brought back some bad memories.
In what way?
Do you know the name that I called you?
I remember you called me a different name. I don't remember the specific name, but...
For momentum, and you can remember the specific name. If you want.
Sure, take it.
Fox, what was that name?
Tevix.
Yeah, sorry, come on, Tevix, right?
Right. She was the one that hurt the most.
Oh, back when you...
Was trapped on the prison planet. Being under that dome again, nearly being killed by that wall falling towards me. And then you telling me to leave.
I'm sorry. I didn't really realize, but you understand my intentions. I figured I would be fine.
At that point, I wasn't thinking about anything other than making sure nobody under my watch died.
That's fair. But I'll point out, you're not captured on this mission.
No, but you're still under my watch.
Not something you gotta shoulder alone, alright?
Right.
So, new plan, go get some sleep. Gungnir will be here in a few hours. You look like death.
I'll try.
I mean, I can knock you out if you want.
Multiple people have already tried that. Not even Sorrel's nerve bench could knock me out.
Well, I mean, I was just gonna give you like a couple Orion Hurricanes and figured that would do the trick.
I don't drink while on duty.
I can But you off duty?
I'm never off duty.
I am trying to help you, Fox.
He
Come
just
on.
walks off into a different part of the ship and just
Go sleep.
slumps on the floor.
Do you follow Veera?
No, she's gonna hope that he actually tries to get some sleep. And then she'll work on trying to puzzle this out by herself.
Right. Fox, do you actually you try to get some sleep, or are you gonna still disobey orders?
He's going to try, but narratively fail because nightmares.
Okay. At that point, Gungnir jumps into orbit several hours later.
Oh, yeah, Veera was gonna try to see stars around, try to puzzle out the pattern, but probably better to do it with like Sorel or somebody.
Yeah, I wanted to get the party together. So, everyone's here. And Gungnir, you appear in this star system. Sector B5-U13. Current system
Hey,
name
Gungnir.
unknown.
Rusty Voidwin. Come in, Voidwin.
We're here.
How is everybody?
Fox needs like a lot of sleep, but other than that, we're all fine here.
Find anything interesting?
Citywide. I mean, just go do a really quick power scan right here. I'll give you the answer. It's a lot.
Yeah, you can do a courtesy scan, and especially with the Voidwind and doing the legwork, you can see that this place has 1,847 in power compared to the Gungnir's 10,
The anomaly on that planet.
and the anomaly on the planet. Yes.
Whoa. That's a lot of power.
And you also immediately notice the anomaly of the gas giant, and you're in orbit around Sorel.
There's something strange about the red giant.
Not the red giant, the gas giant, the planet.
Oh, the gas giant, the planet, the Class I here.
Yeah, the Class I.
Is it that it's a Class I? Is that what I find strange, or is it the diameter?
It is the
About its physical quality.
it is the diameter and the mass.
They're off for a Class I.
They are way off. Most gas giants have a density equivalent to, like, maybe water.
Right.
This has a density a more of that of steel. This has way too much mass for what it should
Yes.
be. So either a gravimetric anomaly or a mass anomaly or something.
We're violating the laws of physics, clearly.
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna get to figuring that out.
And we definitely need to figure out the source of this power.
All right. What would you like to do first?
Well, I think Sorel should set up a science engineering team to look into the power source and figure out how it works. We should also come up with a cultural team to see if we can figure out who made this and what happened to them.
Operating hypothesis. The ancient aliens.
Yeah, but which ones?
Those ones.
Yeah, do you guys want to come up with a moniker for this species yet, or do you want to stick with the ancient aliens?
I mean, I've been thinking of them as the Prometheans. That's how I've been thinking.
I mean,
That'll work.
Yeah, I mean, you guys discover them, so you get to name them. All right. Is the Void Wing gonna dock with the Gungnir?
Yeah.
All right. Easy enough to do. And Sorrel, I think you want to do some science.
I do.
Scan from orbit. What's your target? We have the moon with the city on it, and you have this gas giant in the center that is very weird.
I want to start with the gas giant. I'm gonna deploy gyro.
Easy enough. Gyro's deployed. As his little cargo pod shoots out from the torpedo bay, A deploys him, and Gyro starts making an orbit around the planet, giving you triangulation to the dark side.
Yes. And I want to train all sensors on this planet to try to determine what is going on. To create this kind of a physical oddity.
And sensors. That's science. So reason science difficulty 3. Gyro provides 1 advantage, and advanced sensors brings that down to diff 2. So, do you want to use gyro to spring on diff?
Yes.
All right. Diff 1.
Sensor operations as a focus.
Absolutely.
I'm going to spend
Welcome to the stream.
I've used sensors today. Testing a theory.
Didn't you use sensors before?
Didn't I use sensors earlier?
No.
I was using computers. Never mind.
You're using computers.
Yep, so won't fire yet.
Not yet.
Okay, we'll spend a momentum and the rest in threat to get to 4.
Okay.
And here we go.
That's 1. That's 2. Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
Oh, jeez.
Science.
Do you want to know the chemical composition of this thing? Goodness.
Yes, I want to know everything. Everything.
Oh my goodness. So 7 momentum on top.
So he wants to know what part of the Big Bang created this planet.
1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Okay. You do a comparative analysis, and it's a little lighter than in this, but this entire planet has a density closer to that of duranium.
We don't normally see duranium in this large a concentration.
Oh, heck no. Duranium comes in like asteroids or like
Right.
mineral deposits
trace
on
them-
planets.
Trace amounts is usually what we find, right?
Yeah, not like an entire freaking planet.
Planet
of
of something equivalent, right?
And this thing's the size of Jupiter, and the entire thing's the same density of duranium. Oh, and you get one more because gyro. Alright, so all the questions.
We don't get a message that says these worlds are yours except Europa. Attempt no landings there, do we?
No.
Okay.
What are these big black slabs flying around?
Alright, what else do we want to know about this planet?
Okay, so obviously its elemental composition is nearly impossible. I have to ask, what kind of gravimetric field is this thing putting off?
Pretty massive. If the Gungnir has to compensate a lot more for it, and you are flying a lot faster than you would around on a comparable Jovian planet. So this thing weighs almost as much as a full-ass star, and your orbit and your orbit is indicative of that. Your con officer has to compensate for it. So it's not just your sensors; you are physically feeling the mass of this thing.
Yeah, compensating for the time dilation too.
Yep. Yeah, time dilation, all that stuff lines up.
Does it have a molten core, or is it solid through?
Okay. Looking past the surface and into the chemical composition, it is mostly solid. It is duranium all the way down, with some honeycomb features. And there's just a thin layer of atmosphere over top of it, of like dozens of kilometers of this wispy gas on top of it, and it's just a duranium sphere the size of Jupiter.
The accretion disk, what's it composed of?
It is composed of ice, rock, normal stuff that you would find in a accretion in a disk.
Ice, rock, normal comp. Okay.
But you're looking at this and you're realizing that's no moon, that's a space station. This is artificial.
Oh my god, it's Starkiller Base.
Space station might be stretching it, but this is some sort of construct.
Well, you said honeycombed. Is there space within those honeycombs where living beings could exist? Technology could be present?
Yes. There are M-class atmosphere pockets throughout this structure.
Can we reach them via transporter?
Yes, you can.
Sweetness. What else do I want to know about this thing?
So Sorrel wants to poke around in Starkiller Base.
Yeah.
What could go wrong?
Ask Han Solo.
Are you suggesting he might have a bad feeling about this?
I'm suggesting that you should not let your kid go anywhere near that with you.
Oh, boy.
Oh no. Oh god.
I'm not walking out on that bridge. Let's just be very clear.
Yep.
I'm not walking out on
But Sorrel, you have to go do that to save your kid.
Right. That's how that worked. Okay. Are we detecting any energy signatures?
Oh hell yeah.
Can we differentiate them to kind of locate them within, or is it just kind of it's so powerful it's just
the giant
up the earth, sky.
It's lighting up your sensors is almost to the max. The 1,800 some odd power you're detecting in the system wasn't originating from the moon. It's originating from this planet. And your sensors were just looking in that direction and detecting the backwash of it.
This is maybe constructed for that purpose. Some of generating this power.
And it's transmitting it to the gas giant?
No, the gas giant is the origin of the power, and the moon base is receiving it.
Ah, okay.
So
So basically, the planet is generating this power and then sending it to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
the Tesla is
the planet's
just
essentially
letting
the
himself
engine.
over this.
Uh-huh.
Well, evidently there's something cool inside.
Life forms.
Artificial base that
Any
Sorrel's
life forms?
want to poke, yes.
I can answer that for momentum.
Yep.
There are no life forms.
Yeah, I was saving that for my last spin. I was like, all right.
I mean, you have 6 more momentum.
Wait, we could spend more momentum, but that expended the bonus momentum.
Yeah. So Sorrel's just on the bridge, and his eyebrow is growing higher and higher and higher.
How did it get off his face?
His eyebrow's like 3 feet above his head.
Shaking my head. Polly has really gone down this season.
And Fox is blissfully unaware of this, trying to sleep through nightmares.
Thanks, chat.
I'll submit my findings to the captain and send Gyro to the moon. To the moon, Gyro.
Gyro heads off to the moon.
So now we have the unquantifiable amount of data that's on the moon, and the ever more unquantifiable amount of data on the planet. So Sorrel is currently just all excitement. Ross is probably getting overwhelmed by it.
Sorrel is as excited it as a Vulcan can be, to which he says, fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Sorrel, you and your son and a bunch of innocent civilians should go over there and investigate.
Yeah, that's how we should do it.
We're going to make a proper movie out of this. That's the way you do it.
Take Daryl with you.
We'll go 2 by 2.
Yeah, make sure you split up.
Yeah, we'll definitely split up.
Split up, cover more ground,
If you see
obviously.
catwalk, make sure you and your son are both on them.
Certain number of them will find an appropriately isolated nook and engage a nookie. You know, because that's what you do.
Right, of course, yeah.
Yep. And then die horribly as the monster.
Die horribly.
And then go into that really dark room.
Yeah. Also, it's appropriate. Star Trek has a ton of horror elements, so very appropriate.
Some of them are real, some of them are imaginary. It's fine.
All right. So what is Gyro detecting on the moon?
Same thing you found on before. There's
a receptor of time for the energy.
You would have to do a new scan.
I will do a new scan.
All right. Reason Science Diff 1 with all the bonuses. Assisted by Sensor Psi. And now...
Testing a theory will now fire.
Absolutely.
And I'll spend 1 momentum, 1 threat to get to 4.
Alright.
Here we go. Not as good as last time.
Four's good.
Yeah.
Alright, and then... Alright, so... I'm
Yeah, it jumps
sorry.
down just a bit.
And the
Yep.
gyro bonus momentum. So,
Gyro bonus. Alright, so 4 bonus. 4 momentum generated, you have 3 bonus. You search around and with Gyro, and indeed, in the center of the city, right near the apex of the dome, there is a powerful transceiver that is just coming to and from the moon towards the center of the planet, and it is
Is it like a giant receiver dish?
It's not a giant receiver dish. It's your. It seems to be focused on like one specific console.
Okay, wow.
About the size of a computer desk.
Huh.
But
power going there.
yeah, but you're looking at this data stream, and it is petaquads of information and being transferred back and forth. Like, this thing must have a computer score of over 9,000.
Oh.
So now I have Sorrel's interest.
You had his interest, but unfortunately it's a PG stream, so I can't continue that thought.
Yeah, now you have his attention.
Yep. Yeah, Gungnir has a computer score of like what, 9? This thing has a computer score of 9,000. This thing has more computing power than the entirety of the Federation, Klingons, and Romulans put together, easily.
Sorrel want, Sorrel need.
How many questions could you ask with that?
Have you ever seen a Vulcan drool before?
There's just a poor officer standing somewhere nearby Sorrel. Commander, why is your console damp?
I'm gonna wipe that off and get that thing, running an analysis. So the information that's being transferred, petaquads of information. Can I determine what characteristic of that information that's being transferred?
Would you like to try?
I would. Let's ride the wave, baby.
All right. You tell Gyro to tap into the data stream, and instantly his data bank just fills up with information. Like, within a second of tapping into the stream, every nanoquad is filled to the brim with information, and his circuits lock up.
And he just starts floating away in space.
As Gyro tried to drink from the fire hose.
I mean, if you had reviewed the data from Boston Veera, you would have realized that was a bad idea.
Can I activate his bleed-off subroutine?
Spinning to thread. Gyro's unresponsive.
Oh no.
Sorrel, you killed Gyro.
According to your sensors,
that's the way we'd want to go.
According to your sensors, Gyro still has power and stuff, but he is refusing all commands.
I'm gonna.
You turned him into a vegetable.
I'm gonna send the reboot command.
You can certainly try.
Delete.
Control Alt Delete, absolutely. Control. I'll make this Control Science and Stiff 1. Communication. Science.
Sensor operations as a focus. Okay. I will spend 2 momentum and a threat to get to 4.
I think you got it.
Jesus. All right.
And so I would like to use the bonus momentum to create the advantage of information buffers for Gyro.
So that way, he won't suffer this again, or?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. The reboot command and takes. Gyro empties out out his RAM and clears up and responds, "Oh, hi.
Hello, world.
Hello, world." Yeah, still the same AI as before. He doesn't suddenly gain insentience.
Right.
So for Gyro 5.0, we're going to have that as a permanent subroutine. It's active always.
Yeah. So, Gyro has a buffer overflow. Oh. Turn it.
Did Gyro get anything out of that process?
For a momentum, absolutely.
Yep. Spin.
And you get reams upon reams upon reams of calculations of
Okay.
very advanced math that would make me cry of what it's doing to the numbers.
Is the math temporal mechanics? Is it pure physics? I mean, what is it?
For momentum, I can answer.
Yes.
You do recognize this as let's see. Focuses. You do recognize this as field equations and for general relativity, but with several other variables that you are not familiar with. It's basically like the same as Einstein's field equations that you learned at Starfleet Academy, but it adds on a couple other variables that you have no idea what they're accounting for. And
Spicy gravity. Gotcha.
what was that?
Spicy gravity. Gotcha.
Spicy gravity, yeah. And it's tweaking each one of those variables, and even some of the set constants that are in Einstein's field equations. It's tweaking the constants of the universe, trying to find an answer to something. And you're looking through this ream of equations, and all of the answers are false. It's not equaling. The sides aren't equaling. They're not equating to each other.
So the equation isn't balancing, despite the fact they're actually making alterations to the gravitational constant of the universe.
Yeah, they're making alterations, and the equation is not balancing out, and it's keep trying to make alterations to all these variables to try to balance this equation.
So it's stuck in a loop.
It seems so. Again, this thing has a computer score of 9,000 on a D20, and it can't solve this equation.
If it only just remembered to carry the 1, it'd be fine. Okay. So we've got a massive computer with a massive energy source working on an incalculable calculation.
It's a Bitcoin miner.
This may be it. This may be the most important question ever asked.
The last question,
I know the
some might
answer.
say.
It's 42.
It might be the last question ever asked, as some might say.
There you go. Sorella's just dying to get down to this console and start working on it. Captain, you've sensed eagerness. You've never seen visible eagerness on the face of Sorel. There's visible eagerness on the face of Sorel.
Patterson's
Oh,
just
boy.
wide-eyed, slowly sidestepping away.
Okay. why don't you go ahead and assemble a team and go in for a closer look?
You hear, "I Captain." You feel through the bond a 7-year-old girl's giddy laugh.
Is there a Sorrel-shaped hole in the turbolift door?
Yep.
So
You hear him, you turn around, and he's not there anymore.
even though you can't physically hear the sound of 7-year-old girl's excited giggling screech, you still put a finger in your ear and just try to stop the tinnitus.
Sorrel is currently on his way to an airlock to run down to the planet.
Fox
He didn't
just
even
comes out.
say anything to Patterson. He just grabbed him by the arm and drug him along.
A very exhausted Fox just comes out of his office looking for something. Gets barreled over by Sorrel.
And yeah, then Sorrel would just pick himself up and keep going.
All right.
So much of a sorry.
All right, who's going down to the planet?
That away team to bring him in.
Just Fox goes chasing after him. What did you break?
Nothing.
So Sorrel, Fox, Patterson. Who else is going down to the planet?
Oh, hey, Offer. This is a new scene?
Yeah.
Right. That stress is gone, right?
Yeah, the stress is gone. Yeah, it's a new scene.
Veera has other plans. With Sinclair and probably Ross. If Ross isn't going.
No, I think if number 1 is going, number captain should be staying. So.
Number captain.
Number 0.
Number captain.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Number 0.
So
Cool.
Mr.
All right.
1's going down, Mr. 0's staying on the ship.
Sorrel, I almost hate to ask, but you have one more free question.
So the equation wasn't balancing.
At this point, the cat
Does
takes the
Terrell
canary,
have any
the gerbil, and
intuition
the goldfish.
as to what or what would be the result if it balanced the equation?
Yeah. Does the universe go boom?
Inconclusive if you don't know what those other variables are trying to account for. So
Right.
I'll give that back to you.
Okay. I'm going to spend that remaining bonus plus an additional one to create an advantage. Having kind of seen this information, an advantage for if I get to the console's able to give me sort of access to this data in a way that the Gungnir's computer can't. An advantage at starting to process what the equation is trying to accomplish.
Okay, so an advantage in interface.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. And done. While we're at it, Sinclair.
If it's alright, I have something that I would like Sinclair to be there for with meeting with the captain.
Sure. Or we'll use this as a bridge. But Sinclair, are you there?
Yes.
All right. So, for the past week, you've been dealing with a fair number of the crew who are dealing with side effects from being backhanded by Einstein and then gassed with anti-rad medication. There's it's nothing too serious, but it's serious enough that a lot of people have been pulled from duty because they have techno-colored vomit and gastrointestinal distress. They're not happy, and you're just hip deep in this medical crisis. No one's at risk of dying or anything. You can properly hydrate them, but it's basically just a long series of symptom shooting. And okay, here's a IV of fluids. Here's some anti-nausea medicine and yada yada. Just hundreds of times over.
Sounds like that's been fun.
Yeah, the floor of the sick bay is a lovely Picasso color. At this point, as you're dealing with a young shipmate who is just hurling into a bucket. Veera, you come into sickbay.
Actually, gonna
Or
tap her badge and be like,
okay, yeah.
hey, Sinclair, Ross, do you mind if I meet with you both?
Sure.
Location and time, please.
At your earliest convenience in Ross' ready room?
I'll be there as soon as possible. Just let me get the medical staff up to snuff and ready.
And 1, 2. I need Veera and Ross to make a difficulty 1 fitness medicine check.
Okay.
Okay, you're able to hold your stomachs as you hear the sounds of vomiting in the background as Sinclair is talking. You're like, oh, okay, that's the sound I didn't need to hear today, but you managed to keep your lunch down. As you hear this in the background as Sinclair's speaking over the comms.
Well, that sounds
Hey.
fun.
Yeah. See you when you get here.
I'll be right up. Sinclair's going to go to Razix and tell him he has command of sick bay, and then head to decontamination.
Okay. Definitely suggested. Go ahead and give me Presence Medicine Diff 2. Assisted by Computer's Medicine. Just kind of like put the sick bay on yeah, put the sick bay in a state where it can manage without you for an hour or so. Or a couple hours.
I'm gonna give you a threat.
Okay. One momentum gained. Razix is a little frazzled, and a little frazzled. His hair's all over the place, but he's like, okay, yeah, go do senior officer things. I got this. And as you leave, another 3 crewmen and kind of stumble in and holding up the central guy who is just pale green and dragging his feet and rushing towards the nearest receptacle. But you leave the sickbay in Raz's capable hands and make it to the meeting. And you do go to decon and kind of take a moment to freshen up. we then assemble in Ross's radio room.
Veera's kind of like nervously like tapping her finger on her leg, waiting for there.
So what'd you break, Lieutenant?
Couple drones. Not while I'm here. Oh, Sinclair. Okay, we can start. So, first thing, this song, the thing that I found, the song that I found might be like a path to something that my dad left behind, but there's something else I wanted to discuss along with that. I know that what I've got will be a problem for you, and that you've already kind of broken the rules. However, we're gonna need you, Sinclair, to try to take a deeper look at it so we know what we're dealing with, especially with Bezriel. So I figure if it would make it easier, I could resign and go back to just being an intelligence asset. Then Sinclair wouldn't get in trouble for like looking into this stuff, and you wouldn't have to report it and everything, right?
I think I see what you mean.
I think that the Federation's laws on genetically manipulated is aged. I think it's something from a bygone era.
Yeah, but I'd rather you all not get in trouble just because I'm here.
I mean, the rules, as old and outdated and unfair as they are, they're still the rules. We could try and obviously fight them legally, but this is an alternative as well. I mean, really, it's your choice on how you want to handle that. You're a valued member of this crew, and we'd like to keep you.
I know that, but like, I don't know. I'm trying not to make all this a problem for you all. I mean, it's a problem regardless of me entirely, but you know what I mean.
Well, it's also something that we're less likely to have to deal with out here on the frontier. I mean, nobody says anything, no one's going to ask.
Suppose that's fair. Well, either way, I asked Sinclair to be here because, well, I mean, I've got this like thing that might be a map, but it could also be something else to do with the genetic modifications. And so I figured I'd hand it to you, and you can use it in like your medical tests, and even if it doesn't help you, maybe like taking another look in there you might be able to get a better idea. If we're gonna be here for a little while we investigate this big city and station and everything, now is our first time that we have where you can sit down and really like get into whatever's inside me, right?
I'm sure we have the time, and with the new medical kit from Fox, I can do it anywhere without having to expose the people of sickbay.
That's good. It sounds like an event's going on down there.
Very uncomfortable, yes.
Yeah. Oh, here. I sent you the music notes I found. I don't know if it speaks to you medically at all. It could be an app, could be a medical thing. I don't really know. It's a big mystery, and it might just be something sentimental, but I'm trying everything here.
What do you make of it, Doctor?
Jim, is there anything I notice about what I know about the epigenetics that would activate Veera's modifications and in relation to the music?
Nothing? I think we lost the GM.
Sorry, I was muted.
Oh no.
Alright, so.
Sinclair was checking the music against what she knows about. Yeah.
What you know about our genetics is, in order or for nucleotides to code for amino acid, you need 3. They're kind of like in words of 3 nucleotides, and then you take a chain of amino acids together, and they kind of fold and interact with each other, and make a protein based on the chain of amino acids that you make. But most proteins are more than 9 amino acids long. Most proteins are somewhere in the hundreds to thousands of amino acids in a chain. So it would be impossible to encode a protein in a 9-note song.
Okay. Well, it has no relation, as far as I'm aware, directly to any inoculation that would unlock Veera's genetic potential. Otherwise, I am not entirely sure.
Okay, well, either way, if you want to do some poking around, we have a moment.
Is it possible for Sinclair to have the Fox Tech Super Med Kit with her?
Yep. Totally possible.
I'll run a scan of a deep scan of Veera's genetic sequence if she's willing.
He is willing to sit there for however long it takes.
Okay. Captain.
Mm-hmm.
For legal purposes, do you accept Veera's resignation? That was never resolved.
Well, Veera, is that something you want to consider before going forward based on this, or?
How much trouble would you get in, and how soon would it get you in trouble?
Insight Command Diff 1.
Okay. Federation Law and Politics.
Absolutely.
Re-rolling that.
Okay, so all the momentum again. Goodness. Okay, as a Starfleet officer, the moment you became aware that someone underneath your command and has been genetically modified, you are obligated to report it and remove them and from duty pending a trial. Considering that Veera did not obfuscate, lie, or cheat the system in order to get in while he's modified would help. But yeah, there would be a investigation to look into if she did such a thing. But that she might get honorably discharged from Starfleet if this is found out. If you yourself kind of turn a blind eye towards this and do not report it, which you've kind of already done because you've known about her genetic status for a couple weeks, if I remember correctly. Yeah, and you haven't reported this to Starfleet, so you yourself would be a co-conspirator.
Extenuating circumstances for Ross.
There
was missiles.
Extenuating circumstances is for us. Yeah,
well, Veera, I'll accept your resignation if that's what you want to do, but I prefer that you stay a member of Starfleet, and I'm not going to put anything through on this at this point. It'll just be off the record.
I mean, I don't want to leave Starfleet, but it doesn't sound nice if we keep up the lie.
I think it's more important that we use your abilities to deal with the threat from Bezriel. That's more important. You're a unique factor in that, and I don't think we should mess with that situation.
Alright. Then I guess I retract that for now. Should probably find somewhere like that's not your ready room to get Is genetic testing underway then?
All right, where would you like to go?
Sinclair, any ideas? I'm sure there's like a lab open somewhere, or like quarters, anything.
I was thinking either your quarters or if it's in the shuttleway, the Void Wind.
The Void Wind probably like is less sterile. I mean, we've been in there for like a week, and it's not a lot of space.
Ross, you do have some momentum off that roll if you want to ask questions or create an advantage.
Are there any type of loopholes that would allow a captain to temporarily ignore or disregard this law or directive or whatever it is based on the situation? Maybe in general, not specifically related to this, but in general situation that would also apply.
For 2 momentum, there is a loophole.
Okay.
There is a general loophole that Starfleet captain and is, captain of their ship, and they can do whatever is necessary to preserve and protect the lives of their crew and the ideals of the Federation.
Needs of the service and all that.
Yeah, needs of the service is law. So if you can find a way of justifying it in court, you can say that the reason why you ignore this law is Veera's expertise and her modified status was critical to the mission.
Okay. We'll go with that for now.
Okay. So you have the authority on board your spaceship, on board your starship, to temporarily ignore our laws as needed.
Okay. And that will be our justification to keep the status quo.
Yep, you might have to answer for this later, but that sounds like a problem for future Rost.
Everything's a problem for future Rost.
Somewhere in the lower deck list, he starts screaming. Anyways,
if it's a big problem, we'll just time travel it back.
Go back to the before and stop calling altogether. Anyways, you do have one more art float before that goes away.
Can I give it to the doctor for her research into her genetic changes?
How so? How would that narratively work?
How about we set up one of the AIs to assist off the record? So instead of using the standard Starfleet medical diagnosis, we have one of the artificial intelligence doing the genetic look through.
Yeah, for 2 momentum you can, and have Michael help.
Okay.
And especially since Michael is technically not a member of the Federation or a civilian, alien, he is exempt from any of these laws, so that would help. Also, I'm kind of nervous at the fact that we have multiple AIs. What is wrong with this ship? Okay.
It's the 25th century. We got AIs all over the place.
Yeah, we're still 20 years from the 25th. We're 24th still.
We're mid to late 2380s.
Okay, so 24th century.
Yep.
We got
All right.
AIs now.
Sinclair. The captain has found a couple legal loopholes, and Michael has been tasked with helping you.
Okay. So are we going to Michael's room?
That sounds
Or-
acceptable.
Up to you. I mean, you could put it on EVA suits and do this on the hall if you want.
Don't think you have to go quite that far.
No, then we run the risk of getting detected by external sensors. Yeah, I mean, if Veera is fine with going to Michael's room and give us direct access to his matrix, no delay due to communications.
Sounds good to me.
You walk through the ship and you enter Michael's holodeck. He is... You actually catch him, and he's watching a 2D projection of some sort of act, some sort of some sort of theatrical performance is being projected on a 2D slice in his apartment, and he's just watching it. Watching some sort of television program. And you walk into his room, and he stands up and closes the program. Why, hello there. I was not expecting guests.
Hello, my name... I don't believe we've met yet. My name is Dr. Sinclair, and I believe you know Veera.
Looks at Veera and smiles warmly. I do indeed.
Hi, Michael. Things have gotten complicated since we talked last.
I've been vaguely aware of the... I believe the term is scuttlebutt about the ship. I'm not saying that I'm spying on you, but I am keeping tabs on some of the internal ship communications out of my own curiosity. It seems that you found some ancient alien in architecture out here.
Yeah, we really need to come up with a name for them.
And are we sure that it's not Iconian?
If it's Iconian, wouldn't your alarm bells be going off?
I haven't had the chance to take a good look at it. But from what I've seen from the scans, none of my alarm bells have gone off. But
It's probably not Iconian.
perhaps I'll ask the science officer about that later.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll come back with some big discovery.
So
Anyways,
if it is not about our strange planet outside, what can I help you with?
so let Sinclair explain.
We have reason to believe that Veera's mother modified her genetic capabilities before Veera was born, and even after it. I was asked to discover the extent of the genetic modifications, and the captain figured coming down here to someone who is, shall we say, exempt from Federation law was probably a good idea.
He looks to the side for a minute, his eyes rapidly moving back and forth. Oh. Apparently genetic modification is some sort of legal issue in the Federation. In that case, I find such a concept backwards and contrarian. However, given my exempt status as a non-Federation member, and a good friend, Linda Veera, I'll be more than happy to assist in any way I can. And he waves his hand, and the holodeck representation of his apartment, it fades to black, and you are standing on a blank ink holodeck.
Oh, what? You weren't gonna make it like one of those like TV sets from the shows you've been watching, like a hospital set from one of those shows you've been watching?
I could, but I figured we want to start with something a little more utilitarian and for our purposes. Doctor, what do you require here for this procedure?
Honestly, if I was intending to primarily rely on Fox's super med kit he had given me, but if you can generate a
We do, as they say, have the world at our hands. So any sort of environment that could possibly help.
Primarily just one that has space to move around in. If you want to change it to anything, I mean, as long as it's quiet, non-distractive, and spacious, it should work.
For momentum, you can and present something that helps.
Sure.
Yeah. He kind of takes the parameters you give him, and he thinks for a moment. He actually does the very exaggerated hand on chin. Which it's very obvious that he's playing this up for organics. Even though he thought about this like 1,000 picoseconds before, or he even made the gesture. But he waves his hand again, and it becomes open space. It's kind of a amphitheater in the middle of this lush green park. And there's like far away, there's a boardwalk of some people walking around, and some people enjoying the park. There's some shops set up along edge of this. The AI are merely facsimiles and will not report on any of this, but nice calming atmosphere, I figured. Seem to be on some sort of lush blue planet with greenery and trees.
Is there jazz in the background?
Yep.
Okay.
In fact, you look over the distance, and well beyond the trees, there appears to be a modern city skyline. This appears to be Central Park, New York, on Earth. I don't know if if either of you have visited it, but you're kind of like vaguely familiar with the concept from Earth vids.
This is certainly a nice place. I guess I'll just sit here and let you do whatever. If you need to knock me out, let me know.
Hopefully that is unnecessary. If you want to uplink to the medkit, Michael, you can read the data as it comes through. You likely know more about genetic modification due to being Iconian artificial intelligence than I would.
Indeed, my creators were adept at genetic modification and uplifted several old species themselves.
And I will run a deep scan of Veera's genetic signature.
Okay, what are you looking for?
Mainly places that show evidence of irregularity. Like, if I remember correctly, Bezriel combined other species' DNA with her own. So she did this before Veera's birth rather than just modifying it to still be partially Orion, fully Orion, but not all natural. Then effectively, I want to see how much of Veera is actually Orion.
Okay, and kind of like how much of her is modified,
Yes.
and maybe be able to backtrack to figure out what mods Bezriel has. Sort of a
Yes.
genetic comparison. Okay.
Or had, because it's entirely possible that she's removed them by now.
Can't see any complications from this. Reason medicine difficulty 4, assisted by computers medicine. Michael is providing a advantage.
That decreases the difficulty, I believe, and then the super med kits uplink to the sick bay. Would that decrease the difficulty again as well?
That's represented by the computers medicine roll.
Okay. Genetics as a focus.
Absolutely.
And I will give you a threat.
That appears to have hit it. Okay. Some of the modifications is that you see across Veera's as DNA are increased strength, increased height, increase. How do I say this delicately? Secondary sexual trait development. And then there's several others that have been and done on her pheromones, as they seem to have a bit more of a controlled release mechanism. Most Orions, and they just have pheromones going out. Now they can kind of flex it, but it's kind of like increasing your heart rate. It's more of a subconscious thing, and you kind of have to like do physical things to artificially jump up your heart rate, and that's kind of how Orions normally flex their pheromones, something of that nature. But the modifications and make that flex to release more pheromones a little more natural, a little more direct, and a little less awkward. So more control of the release of pheromones by a conscious command rather than subconscious biological.
And that's the stuff that's all been technically active on the surface level without it being closed off.
Correct. Yeah, these are some of the modifications that have become naturally part of your DNA.
Do I learn anything about the locked DNA, or is that behind the lock and can't really be seen too easily?
You do find out something in behind the lock. For one momentum, I can reveal that.
Sure.
Alright, so down to 3 momentum. Didn't update the stream. I apologize. There we go. Behind the genetic locks are increased healing factor, increased strength, almost double Orion baseline. Also, increased sense of hearing and smell. There's also some genetic profiles for or increase myelination of the nerve cells to make them pulse faster, like increasing the clock speed of the nervous system. Not by like not by like a lot where you're living in constant bullet time, but enough that you can think faster and react faster. Those are some of the mods that have been locked.
Those are likely just the surface of what's been locked.
Michael pipes up. Fascinating. This is not to insult our species, but these are crude, but they are effective if modifications. Some of them are quite blunt instruments. You can see this palindromic make pattern here and here. That's probably how these genes were inserted. But one thing I did notice is a lot of these mods use different palindromic insert keys, meaning these were possibly inserted not only at different times, but possibly by different people.
Meaning these mods would be after her birth instead of before, because would we see these palindromic insert keys if she was born with them?
If the genetic modification was widespread throughout the mother system, that it got into her gametes, the palindromic insert would have gotten into her eggs as well, and that would be passed on to her child.
Then maybe it's that because they're all different, possibly put them in different people. Maybe she just like went to different people and then took them out after the procedure was done to make it so that nobody could track what she had.
The question is, would Bezriel, would your mother take out such a possibly valuable asset? Going through the palindromic insert keys, are there any that appear to be inserted by the same person but at different times?
Ooh, interesting. I will answer that for one momentum.
Granted.
There are 3 different keys that have different yeah, it's kind of out of hard to get a date on like when and different genetic modifications were put in, but you do find I forgot what the term was. Retrovirus. One of the genetic mods actually has a retrovirus stain on it. Just like some sort of virus injected its code into the DNA and it got wrapped up in there, and that has been copied along. And this stain is directly on top of a mod, so it kind of leaves an imprint of when that mod was put into Bezriel's genes. And from that, you are able to put a little bit of a rough timeline based just on half of the genetic code. Yeah, I'm getting deep into the limits of my genetic engineering knowledge here. You're able to get a rough timeline, and they are staggered about, and there is one palindromic pair, one palindromic key A, that one of them has the stain, one of them does not have the stain. So that seems to indicate that this modder has been in this genome 2 different times. Did that make sense to anyone outside my skull?
I believe it does.
Yeah. So each mod has a palindromic key that might be specific to a specific modder, and 2 of the insert points are from the same modder. One of them has a retrovirus stain, the other one does not. So they're inserted at 2 separate times. One before she was infected and one after she was infected. And the retrovirus could be something simple or benign, as like a cold or flu, or yeah, these stains get all over our DNA. And in fact, retroviruses are one of the ways that we can assemble a genetic tree of life by comparative analysis of where the stains appear. Yes, I learned this from a podcast.
So you said there were 3 signatures that were repeated more than once. I believe that is what you said, correct? I want to make sure that's...
Yeah.
Not
3. Yeah, there's 3 signatures from 3 different modders who are repeated in multiple locations. One of them appears to have an indication of being over separate times. So at least one of them has a sign that there's a different timestamp that they appeared at different times. The other 2, you don't have evidence of that because you're looking at Bezriel's daughter, not Bezriel's herself. You're getting like secondhand information, but you're getting a lot.
I think I caught everything on that list I wrote down there.
Yep. Yeah, that looks accurate.
So Veera, if I set out a search, or if you set out a search for paleodrome insert key signatures, effectively a byproduct of genetic manipulation, it may be possible for us to compare yours with those currently active to see if, well, one, if Bezriel left any of them alive, and two, to see if we can gain any additional information.
I could certainly try to ask around, yeah. Then I guess, and so it's that, and then figuring out if this is a song map. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll see what I can learn from Starfleet Medical about known genetic manipulators that either have been caught or have yet to be caught, and try and compare the signatures.
Right. I guess the only thing that's like really surprising is that there are some that were active. I just kind of assumed this was just what I was supposed to look like.
Well, assuming your father or someone close to him epigenetically locked your DNA, there's some things that couldn't be locked without affecting you permanently.
There's also the idea of, do we have a genetic destiny, or is it how we are raised and how we choose to be that affects who we are?
I'm pretty sure
I
that
mean-
how you're raised doesn't affect your height.
I mean, genetically speaking, I am supposed to be a guardian AI of an Iconian gateway, and yet I have betrayed my origin and have become something more. So perhaps you shouldn't feel as obligated to your origin here as well, Veera.
I don't know if I feel obligated. I assume that my origin was originally meant to be a weapon for my mother, and I would rather not be that. So
As I would-
past that.
As I would rather not be a weapon of a ancient Iconian empire.
What about you, Sinclair? You got any weapon-related trauma?
I mean, there was that time of the Schleppius, but that virus that wiped out everyone, which I believe we now know was genetically engineered. I mean,
Well, that's... Either way, thank you both. I should probably stop keeping you from whatever is going on. Michael, what did you walk up to?
I've been catching up on 200,000 years of entertainment. I found this wonderful Earth show. I believe you call it MASH or MASH.
Yeah, just
Wonderful.
shrugs.
wonderfully witty, but also surprisingly dark and poignant at points.
I'll take your word for it. I don't think I've seen very many Earth shows. Especially not the old stuff.
With both yours and the captain's permission, I'd like to put in a communicate to Starfleet medical about these palindromic keys.
Yeah. Yeah, you can. Look, I mean, we're gonna get found out anyway. Might as well get found out while getting information.
Yes. Also, I think it'd be wise, since to not implicate the majority of the rest of the crew, that we come up with a code name for this project.
Just make it a Jane Doe kind of situation.
What are some mythological figures of daughters trying to outgrow from the shadow of their mother?
Project Persephone.
Yeah, that I think that would work.
Yeah, that's good.
Veera, your call.
That. If that's suggested by somebody, she'll accept that.
Yeah, Michael suggests Project Persephone.
That sounds like a very interesting choice.
And chat is angry. Nice.
And I believe it may fit.
Right. I'll leave you to it then. I'm just gonna start wave to Michael and start heading off to a room to start talking to people for context and everything. Also, chat, why are you mad?
When isn't chat mad at something I've done?
K9 has strong opinions about Persephone and Datamar.
Yeah, she did chat. Now go sit in the corner.
Anyways.
Scene over, I think, there.
Scene over. And I believe we have a group of people going into the Valley of Shadow of Death. So, who's going on?
It wasn't called that before.
I just want to make note, Fox looks exhausted and has not had any chance to change. So he's just like, forget this, I'm just gonna go as is.
So we have Sorrel, Patterson, who else is going down?
Left should probably go as an engineer.
Sorrel's bringing his bow.
Okay.
Cautionary matter.
Well, it is called the Shadow of Death place or whatever it
Yeah,
was.
I mean, maybe I wasn't taking it beforehand, but then I heard we're going to the Valley of the Shadow of Death. I'm like, maybe I'll bring my bow. Maybe I will.
Maybe.
Actually.
Yeah.
Fox is just standing in the transporter row as is.
If it was called the Peaceful Temple of the Commodore 64, then maybe we don't need weapons, but you know.
think we're well past the Commodore 64. All right. Any other players want to bring an NPC? Going once. Am I still connected?
I'm okay.
All right. As transport. We are beamed down to the surface. And where? I think it was Ghost Town. Beam down out into this abandoned city. Did you want to beam down to like the exterior of the city, or do you want to go straight to the labs?
You know my answer to that question.
Straight to the heart of the matter.
Mm-hmm.
Is this place just standard atmosphere, etc., all okay for people?
Yep. Yep, M-class atmosphere. No issues that you know of.
So for everything's understanding, we just beamed down to the Dome City, not to the gas giant.
The console was in the Dome City, so I'm assuming that's where we wanted to go. At least the means of accessing it's in here, so.
Yeah, no, Sorrel's making a beeline for that console.
So Fox just has the transporter chief input the coordinates that the Team Dark beamed down into.
As you go out to the console.
We don't have light.
Did I mess up the light again? I did,
Everything
it
is
did.
is grayscale, yeah.
And nope. Don't place more. I just need one of them to click.
And the word said, let there be light.
I only commented on there's no light. I didn't say there would be light.
Okay, emit bright light.
It still looks the same to me. But...
This is where we find out he's only been doing
Ah,
it.
there it is. It worked. It worked.
Yep.
That's the statue.
Oh yeah, the console was down below, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The console. Lead me to the console.
So it is. Yeah. As you look up at a very intricate holographic display.
Is there an interface?
A holographic one, kind of. As there's just circles upon circles, and orbits of icons.
Fox would just show him where he accessed the terminal to begin with.
Okay, well that solves that problem.
Yep.
The gyro is actually where Fox was standing when he activated it.
Oh,
And-
good, a Doom Pizza.
It's a Doom Pizza. But this is a Doom Pizza you have to fill. Did none of that save?
Probably not.
It did not. All right. So, this is a extended task to translate the matrix and get an understanding of how this computer works. Magnitude 6, work 27, resistance 3, difficulty 5.
Sorrel sits down at the interface, cracks his knuckles, and starts going to work.
And Fox, there is another Doom Pizza that is hidden, but you are aware that there is an active security system here. And
Already.
you know, it might not want you being here, so you might have to fight the security protocols.
Yeah, I'm gonna access a different port and try to get into the security programs in order to deactivate them.
Okay. Sorrel, you wanted to go first?
Yep.
So, using science 5 and 1, 4. We're doing this game again. Diff 5, Comp 5.
Let's go then. Okay. We're doing some recent science. First off, we're at the computer, so I'm gonna use my computer as a focus.
This is a computer.
Excellent. Supplies. All right. Logical as a trait.
Difficulty or complication?
Comp.
All right. No, count 4.
Good. I'm gonna spend my determination.
To what value?
Puzzle solver.
Absolutely.
It's the greatest puzzle ever. And in so doing, I am going to invoke my Cochrane Medal of Excellence. Since this is in one of the fields I have that medal, which will double the benefits of spending that point of determination.
Okay. What benefits do you want? Sure.
Reduce the complication.
Okay. So 1 to reduce the complication, 1 for an automatic hit?
Yep.
Okay. That will work.
And I'm going to invoke my Starfleet Exploration Division decoration to reduce the difficulty of that science test by 1.
So we're at Comp 3, Diff 4.
3, 4. I will give you all of the threat to get to 5.
Okay, you already have 1 dice, so I take 5 threat. And you roll 4 dice.
Roll 4. Right, exactly. Here we go. Rerolling the complication. Yeah.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7. on a diff 4. So 3 momentum generated. And go ahead and roll 2 plus your science score in challenge dice.
That's pretty good.
Alright. So 2, 4, 6, 9. Minus 3. That is plus 6. That is definitely a breakthrough. As you are slowly working around how this species organizes their data, it is definitely it's more than 2D. It's 3D, possibly a 4D graph of folders. There's that you found out. Fox. There is some sort of hidden Doom pizza here. You don't know the stats, but it is going to start rolling. How are you going to stop it?
I'm going to try to interface with the base in order to deactivate the security measures.
Deactivation. Might be tricky.
Could left assist with checking out the computer hardware itself? Like, is it isolinear, neurobiological? That might help both Sorrel and Fox figure out how these things work.
Yeah, if you want to
Easier?
go. Yeah, if you want to go first, you could look into this and possibly create an advantage.
Yeah, I'll do that.
He's in engineering. Difficulty 4, comp standard.
Would experimental design as a focus help?
Yes, because as you'll be able to look at different ways of computing.
Okay, go ahead and take all the threat. There you go, and then some.
Oh goodness. 3 momentum generated. You have some float as you are able to deduce that this is some sort of tachyonic subspace, a crystalline substrate.
Yeah, guys, this is some kind of tachyon subspace, something computer standard stuff. Good. Does that help?
It is several generations ahead of what Starfleet's using, but it's enough to where you kind of understand the theory of how it works. You just don't know the mechanics of how to get there. Much like 21st century is with quantum computing. We kind of got an idea how it works, but we have no idea how to physically put molecules together to make it happen. But that does create an advantage.
Okay.
Both Sorrel and Fox, you have a better idea of how this computer system works. So, Fox, use hacking the computer system. So, on my hidden Doom pizza, you wanted to deactivate it. You could increase the resistance of the task, so that way, as I'm rolling challenge dice, less of it will trigger. You're basically increasing the security threshold of how much activity would trigger a response from the security system.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So mechanically, you're increasing the resistance against the security system actually activating.
Mm-hmm.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, comp 5. Because obviously the security system's going to have security measures against someone tampering with it.
Okay. Let's see. I have Left's advantage. I have the intelligence pad. I have field agent.
That is 3 advantages.
Comp 2.
Comp 2, as you are able to exploit a flaw of the substrate and your intelligence and pad, and in order to dampen any the signal to the security protocols.
Espionage is a focus.
Yep.
And I'm going to take 2 momentum and give you a threat. And onwards. And reroll.
Right. All right. So to 4. Great. You have 1 on float as you are trying to dampen the weight of any security risk in the area, so that way there's less of a response. You
As
almost
an advantage.
yeah.
Sorry,
I was gonna narrate that you almost trigger something, but you're able to catch it before the signal gets out. Your subroutine almost triggered the threshold to notify the system that the security protocols were being changed, but you managed to catch it.
As an advantage, I'd like to create a subroutine on the intelligence pad that alerts me if any security subroutines would be triggered by Sorel interfacing with the console.
Yeah. I will notify you when the security protocol gets a breakthrough. So, at a stage where it hits a breakthrough, you will receive a notification, and you'll be able to act before that goes into effect. Sound fair?
Okay. Yep.
Sweet. Anyone else this round? And before, or we go to the top of the round. Does Patterson want to do something?
Is anybody playing Patterson or?
I don't think anyone was.
Nope.
Nope.
Maybe have to Sinclair or Veera, since
Yeah,
the
I'm
3
in-
of us
I'm
have
in-
already used characters.
Yeah, I'm in the scene, so I can't.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sinclair.
Okay. I need to bump this up. And I need to hit this. Rolling. Darn it. It's expensive. All right. You are monitoring the security network. There is not activation. The meter moved some, but it wasn't enough to get a breakthrough. So, the network so far is not aware of your presence. Sorrel, you wanted to check if this thing had a telepathic interface.
Yes.
Much against the medical recommendations.
There's
Oh,
no
no.
medical officers here.
Oh boy.
Please tell me that Fox isn't the closest to medical training that we have.
My fingers are nimble, but
Mind is
they're not
faster.
quite as quick as my mind. Yes, exactly. Decent science.
And you will be able to do a progress roll after this. So this isn't like
Okay.
taking your turn in the initiative.
Okay, good.
We're loosely initiative based right now. So
I'll spend 2 momentum, 1 threat to get to 4. Composure is a focus.
not for searching
Not
for an
searching.
interface. Yeah,
Computers is a focus.
increase comp.
Computer input. I'll take it.
Alright.
So, comp 2.
Yep.
Alright, here we go. We roll the 0. Yep.
There is definitely a telepathic interface if you place your hands on these two panels and you focus. You think you might be able to get a neurological link to this network.
Sorrel is definitely going to do that.
Are you sure?
I am.
Are you going to warn us?
Nope. Sorrel places his hands on the computer. Oh boy.
So this is affecting not only Sorrel, but also Rost.
Yep. Good
Oh,
news
shoot.
is, doing this, the resistance of the work track goes down by 2, as you now have a more direct interface with the computer network. And yeah, let's have some fun with this. 2, 4, 6. Yeah, we'll just do 6. Fitness.
Captain, you get a bad feeling that you should activate your helmet.
Did I just hear a fitness? Yes, I did.
Fitness command diff 3.
Div 3. Okay, comp standard at least. Got that going for us. Alright, so what's happening? Well, I guess the question is, would composure work as a focus in this case?
Composure would work as a focus as you are psychically bracing yourself for whatever the heck you're touching.
Fair enough. Alright, let's spend 1 momentum, 2 threat to get to 4. And here we go. I will reroll that complication.
2
Exceed
threats.
a cost?
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Did I just click something? Sorry, I lost count of my threat. I'm at 13 total. You may succeed at cost.
Yes, I will.
You enter the interface and you are just fire hose blasted with information. Yeah, calculation upon calculation, and it's all muddled old mess of information.
Oh, don't threaten me with a good time, computer.
So one of you two is going to get a nosebleed by the end of this.
As a friendly computer voice appears in your mind, Sorrel, and offers assistance.
It doesn't look like a paperclip, does it?
No, it looks like a Starfleet badge.
Okay, good. Oh, good.
Oh, that's worse.
Badgie.
That is so much worse.
That is worse than Badgie
No,
is worse.
No, it's a disembodied voice.
Okay,
It doesn't say anything in Common or Vulcan, and you just kind of get the indication that I would like to help, and you reach out to grab it.
I will accept its BD.
You gain a new trait.
Wait.
I will poke all the things, regardless of my well-being, my best friend's well-being, or my wife's well-being.
Knowledge is the ultimate goal here.
All right, sent
Someday
to you.
knowledge is going to put you in a coma.
Cipher, okay.
As this AI intelligence kind of merges with you and kind of shoves this information into your brain, and suddenly you understand what it's saying. Greetings, user. How may I assist you? It has been in 500, 200, and 3,000, as in 642 years since last access.
Wait, sorry. How many years did it say?
It said multiple hundred thousands.
Okay, thank you.
523,642 years. And it goes to like specific seconds, but I am way too lazy to do that.
Is there any, how should I address you, computer, or should I address you as computer?
Computer will suffice. Or Aeon.
Aeon. Status of equation calculation.
Equation calculation is ongoing.
Estimated time of, completion.
Unknown. Calculations are in
Perfect.
progress.
Purpose of calculation.
Go ahead and give me a it's gonna be a reason science difficulty 4 roll initially, but I believe you have a trait 8 or 2 that might assist with this.
Would Promethean cipher assist?
Absolutely.
What about logical?
Yes.
Alright,
And
I'll spend.
one moment. 1, 2. Yeah, let's make a complication 3. You might trip a security system. Comp 3, not 33.
Oh dear, yeah. Okay, just alright. I'm gonna disconnect now and run away. Okay. Using direct. Keep that one in mind. Okay, so comp 3 you said? Diff
Yep.
4?
Diff 2 with your advantages.
Okay, well I'm still gonna spend 3 to get to 4.
3 threat?
I will spend that in threat, yes.
Alright, keeping the 2 in case you trip over something.
That's the plan. Here we go. Oh, well, I didn't.
Alright, so 2. 2. Alright, so 4, 5, 6. Div 2. 4 momentum generated. Go ahead and roll 7 challenge dice.
I would like to re-roll the zeros for 1, I think.
One momentum to reroll zeros. Yep. Alright, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. -1, so that's 7. Definitely another breakthrough. Outside of Sorrel's mind, Fox left. So Sorrel touched something, is now not responding.
Yeah, just gonna tap on comm badge. Fox to Gungnir.
Gungnir.
Warning ahead of time, Captain.
1,
Sorrel has
2, 3, 4.
Say again?
I started and then he spent threat.
Captain, I'm gonna need a fitness command div 2.
Just talking on the radio.
Your bond buddy, he just plugged into the Matrix.
Fox is just gonna say, Sorrel has activated something and has now gone into a somewhat catatonic state, unresponsive. You
He
should
took the red pill,
activate your
didn't he?
helmet.
Fitness medicine, div 2.
Fitness command. For psychic
Oh,
stuff.
fitness command, okay. Go ahead and take 1 threat.
Alright.
Rerolling.
You are aware of what Sorrel's up to, but you're able to not get sucked in with him.
I'll activate my helmet to help
Helmet.
ensure that I don't.
Helmet's activated, you are shielded from any ill effects. And now you can have a conversation.
What's he doing?
Fox, you call up to the Gungnir. Or just as Ross activates the helmet, you respond.
He activated some sort of panel and has gone catatonic. If you haven't already, Captain, I suggest activating your helmet.
Thank you, I will, immediately. Does he appear to be in distress?
As of right now, no. He's stood. He's sat in front of it, non-moving. Both hands are just resting on the console.
Give me a
And what was
reason
his plan?
medicine. Reason medicine diff
Reason
1
medicine.
if you want.
Okay. Haunted by the past. Negative.
Diff 2.
Yep.
Hey, what? Are you making it harder?
I never confronted that. It's still there. That's a negative that's been this entire time.
True.
Go ahead.
Actually,
I'm gonna go ahead and
let me check your values. Might be able to spin one of these. Nope, not
closest
really.
would be experience trumps all, yeah. And this isn't really an experience that he can trump.
Yeah, and I can't negatively pull on any of your values.
Mm-hmm.
Not really, so. Diff 2.
Yep, I'm taking a momentum. I have no idea what's going on with him.
Yeah, you have no idea what's going on with him. You can't make heads or tails of what kind of state he's in.
I'm not versed in what's going on with him, Captain. I can't give you a proper diagnosis. You might be able to get a better insight in what's going on, though that would come at risk.
I would have to remove the helmet to psychically link with Sorrel then, right?
Yeah.
Okay, where's the fun in not doing it? All right. I'll remove the helmet and see if I can establish a link with Sorrel. And hey, bro, you okay?
Are you like
1,
data?
2,
It's full of stars.
4.
Dad, are you like data? Like if you plug it into a computer. So
Yeah, somehow.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Captain, Presence Command. Yeah, Div 4. See if you can even push through all the noise. Listen, reach out.
Div 4?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and take 3 threat.
Okay.
Rerolling that. Bah humbug.
Do you still have determination? You got that back earlier.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yes, supporting your peers and subordinates.
Sorrel is definitely a peer, and you're helping support him. Go for it.
Very apropos.
You can reroll as many.
Ooh, boom.
Yeah.
Nailed
Boom.
it.
Sorrel, as you are deep in conversation with if Aeon as he's explaining in kind of what's going on in the depths and intricacies of the universe, your good friend kind of walks up behind you and taps you on the shoulder.
Hey, bro, are you all right there?
Let's integrate over infinity. Take the integral 5/2.
Sorrel?
5/2?
Sorrel?
Is that correct? No. Simultaneous equations. Yes, that's the key.
Indeed, you're trying to integral all the two equations together and finding the intercept on a 7D chart. Mechanically, Sorrel, you are aware that Ross is there, but respond how you will.
Yes, Rost. Can you see it? It's beautiful.
What can I see through?
Pretty much the GIF I posted there. Just math and numbers are swirling around you, and it is doing things to numbers that should not happen. The math doesn't make sense, bro. You haven't done you haven't done math like this since integral calculus in Starfleet Academy.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the first part of that? The dog pulled out my headphone jack here, so I missed part of it. Sorry.
Pretty much what I showed the GIF in a Discord. Just math and numbers, and the math is doing things to the numbers that are scary and terrifying.
Oh, okay.
Y sub I t equals Y prime sub minus I sub t y I plus x
Sorrel you're
prime
talking to
sub
isn't talking, but there's like
IT
5 other Sorrels that are.
beta I plus. That's kind of what you're hearing.
Some of the integral. Square root.
Am I just able to observe, or am I able to do anything here?
What do you want to do?
We see that the program is running. Is there any way to look at the program itself to figure out what its objective is?
That's kind of what the extended task is. Since you're in here, you could make a diff 3. If you're just looking at its purpose, its overall all purpose, I can make that a reason engineering.
Okay, I'm going to look for the README file.
Yep. Reason engineering diff 3 and 1, 2, 4. Comp 5.
Whoa.
Can Sorrel assist?
You can.
Okay.
Would left's advantage still apply for this?
Yes, it would.
So less complicated.
Yeah,
Or
we'll
less
take
difficult.
less complication.
Okay.
Computers as a focus.
Yeah, trying to find the root access.
Okay, go ahead and take all the juicy threat. And re-rolling that comp. I think that might do it.
8 on a diff 3.
I think we went past the README and we got the actual help file.
Clippy shows up.
But there he is.
All right, go ahead and roll 7. Yeah, 7 challenge dice plus Sorrel, 8 challenge dice.
Oh, nice.
That's a nice roll.
We should
And
be
one
very
more for-
glad that.
One more for the assist.
You want
We should be
Sorrel?
very glad that left set up that advantage. That 0 was a 16.
Okay, so 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 6. Definitely another breakthrough. And now outside the mind meld.
Hmm.
1, 2. One. Roll. And resistance.
Oh
is
boy.
Lot. Do.
So,
Hey, Fox.
so as of right now, Sorrel is catatonic on the planet, and Ross is catatonic on the bridge.
Kind of.
Yeah,
And-
yes.
Your program beeps.
Oh, good. I'm gonna do things.
What you gonna do?
counteract what it's doing?
Also, kind of rolling back. I forgot there was some float on Ross and Sorrel's roll on the extended task. Would you like to use that float for something?
Let's see. Let me think.
Use it for extra work. Use it to create an advantage.
Advantage, you think?
Yeah, an advantage would be good.
Oh, no, their minds are becoming more in sync. Soon, Leslie won't know which one is her husband.
Does the type of math this computer seems to be doing related to anything in particular? Like, is it calculus, geometry, trigonometry, something that would give us an idea of what it's trying?
Well, I think we already know it's doing structural equation modeling, which is
it's doing field equations. Einsteinian field equations for space-time curvature. But it has several other variables that you have no idea what it's accounting for.
Yeah, plus it's changing things that aren't supposed to be changed.
Yeah, it's changing like the laws of physics to make this equation balance.
Maybe it's not trying to figure out how to do something. Maybe it's actually doing it. And we're watching it work.
Maybe. I don't know.
So what's the nature of the advantage?
I would say maximizing the efficiency of the interface. Sound good?
Yeah. Works.
Okay. Maximizing efficiency. Effects now count for 2 work.
Nice.
And you have 1 more left.
I think that should be a question. Ross, you ask it. It's your flow.
If we get more meta here, are we able to look at the code that this thing is running? Like seeing if there is a subroutine, a function, something that we can kind of perceive as a program and kind of what it's trying to do based off that. Kind of go up a level.
Yeah, so kind of like a second order interpretation. Like it's directly we can't tell, but wait, it's trying to do this at sort of this sub level, and if it's trying to do that at its sub level, it suggests something.
Okay, so kind of
function called
so kind of like
space-time continuum.
Yeah, so I'll take it up a level. I will accept that spend. 1 momentum.
Take it.
You go up a meta level, and you're able to look at secondary subroutines, and some of the variables that it is shifting around are things like entropy, which constant is that? Crap. Hubble's constant.
Yep.
Just like base fundamental things of space-time, but it is trying to equal out to entropy.
Well, is it trying to equal out to an entropic function, or is it trying to equal out to stasis, where entropy equals 0?
inconclusive at this time, but entropy is on the is definitely one of the variables it's closely monitoring. It's trying to force entropy into a certain state, and none of the equations have got to that state yet.
Right. So it wants a perfect system. Yeah.
Yep.
Perpetual motion machine, all that good stuff. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's a good conclusion. Okay. Fox, your console beeps. Security systems poking at something.
Yep. Well, let's see if it's actually poking at Sorrel. I don't know what Ross is doing.
So, what would you like to do with this roll?
Ideally counteract it, pulling it in a different direction.
So, distract it.
Yes. Let's give it something across the compound to worry about.
Okay. Control security difficulty 4.
Okay.
And basically what you'll be doing is rolling anti-work. So you'll be rolling challenge dice and subtracting it from its work track.
Left's advantage, intelligence pad, and field agent.
That is 3 advantages. Diff 1. You are tied into the system.
Espionage as a focus.
Yes.
And you may have a threat.
Just 1.
Just one. That's all I need.
Okay. So you got the diff 4 anyways. 3 momentum generated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 3 float.
I'm going to spend 2 of them to create subroutines to make that just activate, just to send that as quickly as possible if I need to distract them. And a second one.
Okay, so you want to set this up as like a instant trigger, or how do you want?
Yes. If they're poking around this console directly, another distraction will ping somewhere else in the compound.
Okay, mechanically, how would that work? Okay. So you can have variable resistance into this. For 2 momentum, you can have 2 challenge dice of resistance against them. That would act as a distraction. You can increase the efficacy of that at 1 momentum for additional challenge dice.
Okay.
So 2 to start out. And then
let's spend 3 more.
3. Okay. So you now have a kind of a shield against their work of 5 challenge dice.
Okay.
So every time they roll all challenge dice, you can roll all 5 challenge dice to add to their resistance.
Mm-hmm.
And definitely block them some more. But in addition to that, go ahead and roll 7 challenge dice right now.
Okie dokie. I'm gonna re-roll those 5.
I'm getting deep in the weeds here with how extended tasks work. Oh my goodness. And I'm probably stretching it well past what Modifius had in mind. Alright, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The best laid plans of mice and men never survive encounters with the Gungnir.
Nope. Okay.
That should actually be on our plaque.
Right now you're doing -3 work. Would you like to spend momentum for piercing or extra work?
-3 work?
Yeah, because as you're kind of pushing past their resistance against false alarms.
Okay. Let's go with piercing.
Okay. Yeah, one momentum would make that piercing 2, so that would put -5 work on there.
All right.
It won't roll back the breakthrough, but it does decrease that work track.
Good. As much time as I can buy for Sorrel to do his thing, the better. That means there's less strain on his brain.
That.
Oh boy. Left, what are you doing?
He's going to be watching the computer kind of do its thing, see if he can figure it out more, learn more about how it works.
Okay, so just studying it more, trying to figure out
Maybe he'll see if he can follow it, kind of how it's built. Is it just a giant mainframe kind of thing? Is it a distributed thing? Has it got input from some kind of sensor on the surface?
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I can work with that. He's in engineering, difficulty 4. And this will create an advantage for Sorrel's team.
Okay. Go ahead and take all the threat again. Sweet.
I should just blow it out of the water.
Yeah, Left is totally digging this computer system.
Oh, it is super cool. Okay, so that's 3 momentum generated. You come to find out that at this console you're at is it's like the size of a computer terminal on the bridge of the Gungnir, and on the Gungnir, each one of those terminals is its own kind of independent mini computer, and that's networked to the main computer or in the center of the Gungnir. This console in front of you is literally just input output. It is just a keyboard and monitor, or it is not doing any of the computing itself. It's setting the computing request up and away and out of the ceiling, out of the sky, and towards the gas giant.
Okay, so an old dumb terminal.
Yeah, it's a dumb terminal, and all the calculations are happening inside the Jupiter brain, which is the name of the megastructure you have discovered.
No one tells Sorrel that he's only getting secondhand information.
No, I have to go directly towards the source.
No.
I will fly towards the sun
That's the opposite direction.
as high as I can go.
What? Okay, so what can you do with this information? Or what will you do with this information, if anything?
I'm trying to think here. At the terminal I'm at, is it like a GUI or a command line or something completely different concept? Or
I didn't think that far. Goodness.
No.
Oh no.
is it a Mac? Is it Windows?
It is not Mac or Windows.
Linux?
It definitely would have some sort of GUI interface. That just makes sense for a technologically advanced civilization to have some sort of graphical interface to help organize information.
It's Prothea.io.
The equivalent of like a start button, or I probably shouldn't be poking around.
Now you're starting to enter my world when you guys do this.
So find a start button or Control-Alt-Delete or Task Manager.
Yeah, I'm trying to, I guess, make it something that we could understand. You know, how can we translate this into LCARs or something like that?
Finish the task. Finish the extended task. We'll translate to LCARs.
Yeah, okay.
You can see the beginnings of Federation technology. Why is that NX01 era? I can't use that.
It's been a long road.
Yeah, shy of that, I can't really think about any other way to use it.
What was that, Ross?
So short of that, I can't think of anything else to use that information for right now.
Well, you learned something, so...
Yeah. So I don't know if we can translate that into another advantage, or I can give that to Fox anyway.
Yep. All right.
Just disgruntled grumblings from Fox after hearing that this is only segmented information.
Spending 2 threat. I'm rolling challenge dice. Oh, really?
Rude.
Well, there you go.
The dice produce truth.
This is rude.
Entropy at work.
So you're doing things.
Yep. Roll 5 challenge dice against it.
The universe has spoken.
Yes, it has.
So 3 plus 3. So that's 6 resistance against my 4. So 1, 2, 3. Punch through all the resistance, and then 1 more. I get 5.
This is the point where I ask if I can reroll those zeros.
Not with cover. It's a special, special task to reroll cover.
Okay. That's still 6 resistance, and you had, was that 5?
It was 6 resistance total, and I had to spend. Yeah, I had to spend like a lot of threat to punch through it to get anything on the board. But you can tell that the security system is really chewing through, trying to figure out, okay, what's going on here?
See, that just makes you want to do more things to you.
Oh, I know.
I'm gonna start subverting your programs next.
Okay, eeny meeny. I've rolled. All right, Fox. Security measures.
Yeah. I've done a lot. Let's just start subverting you against yourself.
How would you want to do that?
Let's go with the security programs that I have encountered thus far and turn them against the whole.
So, making the security program and mix up its IFF and start hurting itself?
Yeah.
Oh boy. I can see how this could go wrong.
It could go very wrong.
Okay. Reason. No, not reason. Control. Security.
The fun part is when the ones that got distracted are the ones that get attacked by things that think they're the bad things.
Alright, trying to think of how mechanically you do this. Being my challenge dice, I somewhat work against me.
And yes, when I tried to say that, my brain did short out.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Slash, intelligence, and field agent.
Okay, and what this will do is, if I roll an effect instead of a +1, it's a -1.
Excellent.
To my work.
Excellent.
I think that makes sense. Does that make sense mechanically?
That makes absolutely the best sense.
Yeah.
Okay,
As the security program. Yeah, 3 advantages.
Yeah.
Diff 3 comp, or Diff 4 comp 3. How you want to spend that?
Diff 3 comp 1.
As
a focus.
As now we're going into the limits of my knowledge of computer programming. Thanks, guys.
And you think I have any understanding what's going on?
Anyone else lost? I'm starting to get lost here.
I have not yet begun to do loop.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to give you a threat.
Alright.
And onwards.
Okay.
I'm helping by hurting author.
Yeah, my freaking task, my extended consequence looks so weird right now. I can't wait to attempt to explain to the Modifius Discord server what the heck happened tonight.
What do you mean he did all this to you that made you break our system?
What are you doing to our extended task system? Making them interactive. Oh boy. Alright, Sorrel.
I think give my players a challenge.
Yes.
Sorrel, you want more knowledge?
Yes.
Would you like to see how deep the rabbit hole goes?
I would like to. Yes, Aeon.
Peace
Lay-
and science.
Lay bare your secrets.
2. Div 2 comp 5.
Computers as a focus, I would assume. Cool.
Yep.
Okay. Our reason sciencing. Alright, methods for reducing the comp. Already spent that one. Subspace. One of these days I'm going to figure out how to do the citation for conspicuous gallantry, because I read it and it just makes no sense to me. So. You are going to spend. You're going to spend threat to get additional dice, and then for each threat you spend, you roll 1 challenge dice, and if you get an effect, I do not get that at threat. Okay, so I'll invoke the citation for conspicuous gallantry.
Mm-hmm. And how many dice are you buying?
I am going to buy 2 with 3 threat.
Okay, so roll 3 challenge dice. And we're looking for effects.
No effects.
No effects, so I get 3. That's a bad thing about conspicuous gallantry, it's little dice roll. But sometimes it pays off.
It's fine. That's working about as well as my veteran has been for the last 8 games.
Yeah.
Anyway. Which it has been not at all. Alright, so...
Rolling 4 dice. Nice still. You still get the dice.
Trying to see if I can roll or reduce the comp by some. Alright, so I have some traits that I would like to bring into play. So logical.
Yep, that trait applies.
Okay. Reduce the comp then by 1.
Okay, comp 4.
What about psychically resilient? So I'm using telepathy here.
Comp 3.
Okay. Alright, I am ready to roll then. Recent science, okay, good. Everything's good, let's do it. Rerolling the complication. Yes.
Ross, did you want to assist? Is your buddy diving into the computer?
Yes. Do I do reason and science?
Visa Science Comp 3.
Haha! The voice in the sky fishes for complication, but instead produces a hit!
2.
Don't tease the GM.
Yeah, I know.
3 momentum generated. Roll that beautiful challenge dice.
Alright, how many?
8
Right, it's
with
5
the assist.
Or 8. Okay, with the assist.
5 plus 2 plus 1 for the assist.
Here we go. And then spin a momentum to reroll the zeros.
Yep.
There we go. And those, I believe those effects are doubled, right? Because of the...
Yes, they are.
Somebody did something. Yes.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13.
We're working. We're doing some work.
That is 2 breakthroughs. You're almost done.
All right.
You have 1 momentum float.
Can we spend 2 to create an advantage?
You certainly can. What's the nature of the advantage?
All right, so Ross and I have been working here telepathically with the computer. This is an advantage in telepathic communication with the computer. So as we try to generate additional work, we have that advantage to reduce the complication or the difficulty of the task.
Okay. I will accept that. Actually, this brings it down to like diff 0 at this point, so. Well, I roll 1 of these for free. Darn it. Rolling. Darn it. Okay, Fox, roll your 5 challenge dice and cover. I hope you're happy. I hope you're very happy.
I am very happy with myself.
I got no
You do
work, and
nothing.
I don't have enough threat to even bother. So the program,
I'm helping.
the security program is trying to figure out what the heck's going on, but it is running in circles, and you have it distracted by something 3 kilometers away, and then 5 kilometers in another direction. It has
there's just
no
other programs that are attacking each other.
Yeah, it has no idea what the heck's going on. So, find a roll to translate this. One, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna make you earn this.
He spent it all.
He didn't have much left to spend.
No, you guys made this extraordinarily safe. Originally Diff 0, I spent to make it all of Diff 2. I hope you're happy.
I am.
I am incredibly happy for foiling your plans to hurt Sorrel.
Exactly.
So happy. All right. You know what? I'm gonna give you. No, I'm gonna give you no threat. I'm gonna spend 3 momentum to get to 4. Let's roll.
It's almost like my job to make sure these two don't hurt themselves.
Here we go. I'll reroll the comp.
They just give you one
With what?
shitty threat.
You didn't spend threat for bold.
Oh, you're so right. No, you're right. I'll just with the excess momentum, I'll watch. Fair
Thanks, chat. I needed that. Not sure what we could do with 1.
You can look at it and think of all the possibilities that if you had more could do.
All right. Yeah. Roll 7 challenge dice. Try to get at least 2.
Wait, here comes 7.
Got it.
Oh,
Yep.
Da-da-da. So, chewing through this program as Aeon is trying to figure out, this program is very deeply.
Chat, trying to help out.
Thanks, chat. Yes. All right. This program is very deeply attempting to figure out entropy and the rate at which entropy is moving through the universe and how to change it and possibly reverse it. It's actually looking to make entropy negative.
Like changing a physical constant of the universe. Like changing, which by the way changes the nature of the universe entirely.
Yeah. It's
Now you
trying to find
understand why it
something.
was going in a circle.
It's trying to find something, anything to make entropy go backwards, to reverse entropy, to unmix the milk from the coffee.
Well, there is a thing to do.
And it devoted, and this civilization, these Protheans, devoted this much research, this much material, this much effort to try to solve this equation.
So I think a fundamental question is why would the Prometheans be so desperate to accomplish this?
maybe to prevent something that happened to their society.
Yeah,
That is-
do something.
That is the interesting thing. This was not an act of desperation. This was an act of passion, of curiosity, of intense and joy in figuring out the mysteries of the universe.
It's not.
They got bored and
external.
decided to do this.
It's not external that destroyed them. It was internal. Their thirst for knowledge.
They flew too close to the CPU.
We know that they were experimenting with proto matter, which created beings inside of their power plant. What else
We did?
would they have created that? That's
Yeah.
the whole thing with the destroyed asteroid.
The
that was
planetoid,
in
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been hitting all the mad scientist buttons.
You gotta wonder what thing did they fly too close to the sun with that finally destroyed them?
So they're trying to not just reduce entropy, but eliminate it, and
not to save anything, just to see if they could do it, see if they could understand entropy enough to make that a thing. Not for any particular end goal. This is just pure scientific curiosity.
But I mean, entropy is a fundamental characteristic of the universe. You eliminate entropy, you eliminate the universe.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have a Jeff Goldblum.
They did not have a Jeff Goldblum.
They didn't have a fox.
And let's be clear, Sorrel is not inclined to be Jeff Goldblum, but when it comes to universe-ending kind of prospects, he's like, wait, hold up. Maybe we shouldn't do that one.
Yeah, there wasn't any sort of objective. There wasn't any sort of end goal to save their society, or even in reverse the entropy of the universe to save it from itself. This was pure.
Too hard.
They just scienced too hard. They scienced too hard, and they did the science to see if they could, and no one stopped to ask if they should.
Okay, fair enough.
And now,
but the equation is still, or they haven't figured this, or their what remains of their intent. It still hasn't solved the equation, right?
No, not even close.
Yeah.
And it's doing thousands. It's doing thousands of iterations of that equation in a second over 500,000 years, and it still hasn't found an answer.
Knowing
But
that these beings were
what would
so
happen
intent on scientific discovery that they would go to the point where they literally destroy themselves.
What would happen if I input the equation is unsolvable in program?
Interesting. Okay, I'll get back to you on that. Fox, you had a question, and then Ross, you had a question.
Well, no, it was a statement that I was trying to get out for a while.
Fox first.
The end of that thought is, it makes it more terrifying, and we need to stop it even faster that Bezriel is going after these sites. Because now we know that these beings go to the extreme end of scientific discovery. What else do they have out there?
Yeah,
Ross?
I mean, functionally, this is the ultimate doomsday device. If you stop entropy and stop the universe, then, well, you destroyed the universe.
But Sorrel has
At
a
least
point.
in this.
This question is unanswerable. There is no solution to this question. So this computer is running on a treadmill for no reason, as far as your science knows.
But what are the effects of stopping it?
Well, oops.
Is there some kind of fail-safe? Is there a, and if function? Is there, now that we've kind of figured out what it's doing, is there any way to look at the code to say, okay, if this constantly looping function ends, what happens?
I don't know.
Do we just go out to like a C prompt? I mean,
All interesting speculation post Sorrel pressing the button.
can we look at the code and see? Are we to that point that we figured it out? I'm talking about looking at the source code and saying, okay, here's the function of entropy equals whatever, calc entropy. What happens when that function stops?
Ross, I can let you do a roll to kind of reason that out.
Okay.
You do that. I'm gonna be right back.
Yep.
And I have an idea.
Okay. Reason engineering difficulty 3, Ross, to figure out what would happen if you stop the computer.
Okay, take 3 threat. Computer says focus.
Yes.
Bah. All right, re-rolling. I guess one of those at least.
You never rolled for your veteran.
Yes, I did on the first. Can I
Yeah,
do it
but not
again?
the second.
Yeah.
And-
Yeah, you can do it every time you spend a determination.
Oh.
So,
Okay. Let me try that.
yeah, roll a challenge dice. No dice.
Hang on. Let me see. 1 second.
We have no momentum for Sorrel to give you one.
Right. Come on, Excel. No medals that help. Rats.
Any determination chain you can plug into?
No, I was looking at that too. I don't see anything applicable.
Where are we at?
Could Sorrel do an assist?
What am I assisting?
Ross is trying to figure out what would happen if we shut down the computer.
I mean, I didn't.
I mean,
try
I
to
was
shoot
able
the computer.
to.
Go ahead.
I was able to assist him. Is he able to also assist me?
Yes, he would be able to assist you.
Are you trying a shutdown command? Because my command was shut down the effort, not the computer itself.
I'm just trying to figure out what happens when you shut down that function, that program. What happens at the end?
Yeah, he's not doing anything. He's just trying to figure something out.
Okay.
So.
Happens when we stop all this nonsense.
Right.
So.
Is that a possible thing?
Yeah, you can possibly do a reason engineering assist.
All right, I'll assist. Is computer still working as a focus here?
Yes, it is.
Your roll, Rost.
He already
What?
did it. We're just waiting on you.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay. Sorry. Here's my assist. Oh dear.
That was unhelpful.
Do do do
Sorrel
do
is
do
hung
do
up
do
on
do.
calculations and not what would happen if we stop.
Would you like to
Hey.
succeed at cost?
Yes.
Or, what would happen would the computer would be kicked out of its loop, and a giant computer with a computer score of 9,000 would be available for new input. Imagine what you could calculate on this thing.
That sounds amazing.
Or frightening.
Amazing. Go
You-
with
you-
amazing.
You could calculate a slipstream calculations to get to the Andromeda Galaxy within weeks. Transwarp,
Yeah,
easy.
We could go full traveler.
You could go
We
full
could go to that
traveler.
I'm
Weird thing that
I'm
they.
just gonna be over here. This void over here looks like it's a nice place to scream into.
Go full Wesley Crusher, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Author, you gave 2 kids keys to the candy store.
Uh-huh. All right, roll your 5 challenge dice. Go for it.
I like that effect there. That's a nice effect.
That is a nice effect.
Those are also nice.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. Fox, the ultimate enabler.
Secure.
I'm keeping your brain from being turned into Swiss cheese.
I know, and that's enabling us.
So,
If
yeah.
you pop out of there and tell him what you're doing, he's gonna slap you.
If you Taskmaster stop this program, the computer usage is going to drop to 0, and it's going to be able to calculate. It'll be freed up to do any calculation you want. What would you like to know?
I mean, I feel like I know what I need to know. I want to end computer in program.
Going once.
Hold on. There's a monkey paw thing going on here. I know it.
The simulation that is life ends, and we're all just sat in a circle around the table.
Take the blue pill. Take the blue pill.
Sorrel's like, I knew it.
As he blinks out of existence.
The simulation ends, and you find yourself else sitting in your bedroom and talking to a computer.
We're
There's
in
just a ton of angry messages from Fox.
We're in the Galaxy Quest universe, and we're in our parents' house, and we're looking at the decks of the Galaxy Quest, going, okay, what? Oh, there we go.
1, 2,
Turn right
2,
at the
2.
chompers.
1, 2, 2, 2.
Oh god.
Who wrote this shit?
It's
I-
bad writing.
I hated that episode.
I
All
don't.
the entire time.
I don't know what would happen. I just have a bad feeling about this. That's all.
It's fair.
Is it because I'm giggling?
Yes.
Doesn't help.
Every time you giggle like a small child, something bad happens.
Computer entropy is endemic to the universe in program.
Final answer?
Final answer.
Final answer.
Sinclair, do you want to say something?
Yeah, she took the blue pill.
Press the command, diff 3.
Presence command 3. Com standard. Computers is a focus.
Mm-hmm.
Take 3 additional threat per 4. Can Ross assist on this?
If he wishes, yes.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7. Four momentum generated as you task manager force end the program. Just a giant power decrease is as the engine and that was this computer winds down. 1,
I have a bad feeling about this.
3.
Really?
4.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
Corral.
Where's all this
Dude,
power go now?
Corral, I will survive this. You better hope you don't.
let's see.
Now the computer is not using all this power. What happens to it? It's gonna overload something or Yeah.
I never cut the comms, so you're now hearing the sirens.
Comms are cut as
Good.
security field snaps up over the Dome City and over the planet. As on the Gungnir, you see this blue shimmering field just appear around this gas giant to envelop it. In the control room,
Yeah. What's going on?
several drones appear around the corner, snap to attention, and are ready to barrel in on you.
Drones?
So
Fox was taking care of that.
I'm getting all of these security updates.
Hey, I thought we were friends.
And with that, the episode will end.
Of course.
You put me back in a prison planet.
I put you back in the prison planet.
We're in control.
Why is Fox in a fetal position?
Fox is in a very angry position.
Woo!
Far angrier than any of you have ever seen him before.
And with that,
That's
the credits will
pretty
roll as you turn off the computer, and the security program definitely noticed that something was happening. And all the security measures kicked on. Alright. We be sure to catch us next week, Thursday, 7 p.m. here on Twitch to catch our next adventure on the frontier. Thank you to our awesome players here tonight, and for learning that the universe should not divide by 0.
I hate it here.
Music provided by Kevin Macloud. You can check out his royalty-free music at ecomtech.com. As always, we are forever grateful to Modifius for giving us the tall ship, and to Gene Roddenberry for giving the stars to guide us. Until we meet again, go out and find your adventure.